everything.
I'm gonna draw some shit. I got Andy here. We're gonna talk about some shit.
Certainly better than arguing over pancakes versus waffles. That's for sure.
Yeah, I just came out of fucking Zen's stream because I kind of got bored of just sitting there for a bit because can't really do shit on my computer because my internet's not the best when it comes to uploading videos and running streams at the same time. And also model kits. They're fun.
They're a thing.
Alright, and then I'm gonna share a link. I'm gonna tweet this shit. Tweet.
So, anything on your mind?
Not exactly.
I see. Fascinating.
Oh, fuck.
Huh? Hey Ray, the model's tracking me again.
That's fine.
You're just gonna let it deal?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm in your head.
I have so many fucking apps open on my phone. Motherfucker!
I'm in your head. It's so vacant in here. I bet if I scream it'll echo.
Don't. I said tweet you fucking cunt. Alright then. Well, hello random viewer, I've got some shit to do. You want something drawn? Seriously, just chat it. If not, I'm just going to autopilot and draw whatever the first thing comes to mind that I think is the thing to do. Oof. Ah.
As you slowly drift back into view.
That's a little annoying. Ugh. Alright. Shit, I'm going to turn my tablet on.
Put some more life in your performance, my dude.
Ah!
I said life, not aggravation.
We got a button for that.
I said less aggravation. Don't look like you just took a wicked shit. Never mind, that's one that looks like you just took a massive shit. All those are awful.
Damn it. Ha.
I'm in your head again.
Clearly.
That looks weird up there.
Right.
Alright now, Art Boy. Draw.
Alright. Oh, I have an airbrush. I need to switch over to the pen. Let's see, what size should I use? 7 seems about right. Yeah. Okay. Bruh. Gotta hate when that shit happens.
How dare you have artist's block? You just started.
Yeah, I know I was super motivated to do some drawing earlier today, and then I fucking fell asleep.
Maybe you should stop sleeping altogether.
Shit yourself.
That's not very stream friendly of you, Ray.
I will punch you.
Go ahead, punch me. You call that a punch?
Yeah.
I don't even call that a Hawaiian punch. This is a punch. As you know, who am I kidding? That was a. Alright.
Okay. What? Alright, let's see. What am I gonna draw?
Hopefully something fascinating.
I'm gonna need to get some images real quick. Well, I'm trying to think about some shit to draw, so if any viewers have any, like, recommendations, I'd be open to that, because I just have been not having a good time trying to decide what to do. God damn, I'm always yawning when I'm fucking on camera.
Because you're a sleepy bitch.
I didn't want to do that. Fuck. I think I get some artwork of other VTubers real quick. Maybe I could do something to talk about them. Heck.
Well, let me know if anything comes to mind to talk about, because...
Let's grab a few good images of Zen and Fruit, and I'll go from there. Methinks. Because I really do like their... I've been really enjoying Zen streams. I have yet to catch Fruit, though. Although I've watched a number of her clips, and oh my god, her voice is adorable as shit.
Yeah.
Main reason is because apparently some of the VTubers I've seen recently have like little lore bits, and I was like, ooh, that's a cool kind of thing. Try and do like streams or videos as like some kind of character or whatever. Mainly because I'm kind of working on a...
You gotta learn how to get into a role anyway.
Yeah. That, and also I'm kind of working on like a D&D campaign that I plan to stream. See how well that goes.
Enough, the reason why he wants to make a D&D campaign is because he needs content.
Yeah.
Also, wasn't it Ian who came up with that idea?
Yeah, Ian was one of my friends. He came up with the idea, but like I'm basically one of the only friends we are of that actually stream shit. Like me and James.
I'm gonna get into it as soon as I can figure out the time to be patient enough to make a 3D model, to be honest. Because I do not feel like having kelp hair and lack of shadows on my person. 3D modeling is hard to do when you don't have a regular mouse. Listen, I know you keep saying I should use a tablet, but...
I have 2 drawing tablets.
Yes.
You nasty fuck.
And I'm better at drawing with just a fucking mouse than a fucking pen. Though I look like the kind of person who draws enough with regular pen and paper to be good at drawing with a stylus on a digital screen.
Yes.
You've seen my drawings, right?
Yes.
You've seen how horrid they are, right?
Okay, for the record, most of the drawings I've actually seen of yours weren't that bad.
Alright, name one of them.
Well, there was that one picture of Neptune you drew.
That was a trace.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna hurt you. I am actually gonna fucking hurt you. Ooh, you just put all of my bones and my skin into attack position.
Yeah, right. My actual drawing is not fun.
Do I need to start turning this into a fucking, like... Do I need to, like, start dedicating, like, drag you along for, like, a fucking, like, how to digital draw tutorial?
No, we tried doing that once. That video was boring as shit to make.
Eh. Do I need to stream it?
No.
Okay.
But
like, I like some of the little lore bits. I've also one of the streams I watched that Zen I was watching Zen that I got booted to another person because turns out that raids can do that apparently. I have no idea how those things work, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I got booted to fuck, what was her name? I think it was Hime Hajime. That's who I got booted to, and then I found out about this person called Bao, who's apparently based her character off The Loneliest Whale. If that makes any sense, do you have any idea what I'm talking about, Andy?
weirdly enough, I want to imagine that the last member of a species of whale was hunted to near extinction.
To my knowledge, it was based off of some whale cry that was recorded at some point. Methinks it's the bloop. There was a whale call that was so high pitched that other whales of the same species couldn't hear it.
Oh, that's just as sad as being hunted for sport.
Yeah.
Oh.
However, you could be right too. Literally, all I got from that was like a paragraph worth of reading.
Fascinating.
And then a bit of YouTube searching led me to her channel, and then she's got an entire song about it. Because that VTuber actually does music.
Are they any good?
I'd say they're pretty good. Personally, I really prefer her cover of the Pop Team Epic opening.
I see.
But that's just me. But as far as I know, there are a few streamers out there. Hime is apparently a building-sized alien who wants to conquer the universe by having an excessive amount of kids. Oh, and also have tits the size of the galaxy. Like, one of her specific things was boobs that have their own gravitational pull, as far as I know.
Life goals, I guess?
Yeah, pretty much. Then, as far as I know, Zen is a dragon that is a drummer as well. And that's all I know about that.
My theory, she's related to Smog.
Yes. And during her little fight during her current stream where she had a fight over whether or not she was Charizard or Charizard was a dragon, which, to be honest, to some degree, Charizard is technically a dragon, but also is not. Because according to the world of Pokemon, in order to be an actual dragon, you must have the dragon type or typing, which Charizard does not.
It's better than the actual way to define dragons, where, if we're going by the actual definition of what a dragon is, not he is one.
Yes, what was the actual definition? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Giant reptile that can fly.
Giant flying reptile.
Yes.
Okay.
Or if we want to go more specific, a European dragon, which is marked specifically by having bat-like wings and 2 sets of legs.
I would have gone off of just the overall definition of dragon, which I thought
is literally
was
just flying reptile.
I thought it was like flying, fire-breathing reptile.
No, because I believe there are some cultures where dragons don't breathe fire.
That sounds about right. And
unless you want to get weird and say Chinese dragons are actually lindworms. In which case, I would imagine someone to come and hunt me with a machete for saying that.
I mean, to be honest, that's kind of the purpose of some of these, like, of whatever this stream was supposed to be, is
to get people to listen and possibly get riled up somehow.
Yeah, possibly rile some people up about what are certain mythological creatures. Like, for example, my understanding of a dragon, the actual mythological dragon, is giant fire-breathing reptile.
Yeah.
Or fire-breathing reptile, for that matter.
If we want
But if you really want to be a stickler about it, there's a distinct difference between a drake and a dragon.
There's a lot of different things that could be mistaken for a dragon. You want to hear my definition? Giant reptile that hates lightning.
Yeah.
Because giant reptile and being at odds with lightning, with storm gods, is a really common thing around the world for dragons.
Yeah. Like,
And
one
I
of the
find that
things...
fascinating. Isn't that right, Orochi of the Teapot?
Hey. None of that.
What? Does it really offend you that much?
It's a little annoying. But for the most part, I use a partial explanation from the Magic the Gathering card game, Dark Souls, and Monster Hunter to describe the difference between a dragon and a drake. Whereas a drake is a large, potentially magic reptile that can either fly or breathe fire or other elemental effect, but is not exactly a full dragon, but is either half or a creature that has the potential to become one. Because in some mythologies, snakes can, I think it was like Chinese mythology, a snake can, in theory, become a dragon. And I use the term...
So, by your definition, Charizard is a drake.
Yes. By my definition and understanding, Charizard is actually not a dragon, but instead a drake. And the classification of creature, and yes, there's also the issue of there is, technically speaking, a species of dragon that's referred to as a drake, which is basically just a reptilian wolf that can breathe fire.
Also, I kind of find it interesting that sometimes people will write actual full dragons as drakes.
Yeah.
Like Tolkien, when writing Smaug, would call him a drake.
Yeah.
Even though he's clearly an actual dragon.
Yes. Granted, that is kind of an understanding thing, because if you actually pay attention to some of the dragons that show up in fucking Lord of the Rings mythos, you find out that Smaug is kind of fucking a joke. Like, there's one that basically makes Godzilla look like a fucking salamander in comparison. So, this dragon is so massive that he even makes the three-headed idiot himself look like a fucking joke in comparison. And canonically, Ghidorah is supposed to be bigger than Godzilla. And when you're talking about giant fuck-off lizards, and by the way, what I mean by like making Godzilla look like a salamander, that particular dragon makes Godzilla Earth look small in comparison.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's weird how he's defining what a dragon is and what it isn't.
Yeah.
As if you're saying that he's defining it based on size alone. I'm like, that's kind of a dumb way of categorizing dragons, to be honest.
Not the worst.
But it is...
I think it was, I want to say... No, it wasn't Dragon Age. It definitely was not Dragon Age. There was this, other... I don't remember what game it was, but... I think it was something like... God, I can't remember the name of it. I know for sure it was not... Maybe it might have been Dragon Age. I just... For the life of me, can't remember. But
faux pas they made.
There were dragons in that make you question what the fuck a dragon could actually be. Because if I remember correctly, one of the dragons you actually fight in that game is literally just a fucking tree.
I can think of
that has a branch that looks like a dragon.
Hey, Ray, you know You want to know an even dumber way to categorize dragons?
Hmm.
You were at the Facebook game Dragon City, right? The one where a literal shot glass of with a mojito in it with legs can be considered a dragon.
I have heard of it. I think I played it for a little bit because back when I was dating my wife, we weren't married yet. She got me into it for a little bit because reasons,
But
and I kind of just dropped it because I thought it was dumb.
yeah, no, I'd say whatever they were smoking is way worse than what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Because I shit you not, a pile of shit could be a dragon.
That is fair.
So,
But as for what was it? But going by that logic of a literal tree, because in some games, I've seen a few games where this is the case, where something can be referred to as a dragon because it is an incredibly powerful, unnatural creature that generally has some sort of mystical tie to nature itself.
if it's big and tied to nature, I would hardly call that a dragon. I would mistake that for some sort of fae.
True. However, in the case of Monster Hunter, something like Yami Tsukabi is referred to as an elder dragon, and Yami Tsukabi is literally a floating weather balloon that's actually an octopus. And it's referred to as a elder dragon because it has fulgur bugs and shit living inside of its mouth.
You see, I would not call that a dragon by any stretch of the word.
But the Monster Hunter franchise seems to refer to it as that.
Because
they also
don't
refer
have another category for shit like that.
they have a number of categories for shit.
But you don't have one for things like that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like they have several different wyvern categories, or they use wyvern pretty weirdly. Like brute wyvern is literally their way of identifying a T-Rex. Or something that is relatively that shaped. Or a leviathan for literally anything that is snake shaped.
You see, if it's T-Rex...
They use, I think they called it Neapolitan for bugs. It's been a while since I've actually played a Monster Hunter that actually has bugs in it that I've actually gone through the menus to check.
Yeah.
But then there are, if it is a fish, they usually refer to it as a Piscine wyvern, or Piscine wyvern. And then your most stereotypical flying wyvern thing is literally just referred to as a flying wyvern.
I hate all of those. Because what you've essentially described...
Then also, here's the other thing. There's also another one called a fanged wyvern, which, take a guess what that is.
I'm assuming the only really noticeable thing about it is if it has obscenely long teeth.
Nope. It is either dog or mammal-shaped. Things like Odogaron, Tobi-Kadachi, Zinogre, they're all considered fanged wyverns.
You know, furred wyvern would make more sense.
Yeah, that's what I said, but apparently they're referred to as fanged.
You see, another thing is I would have assumed fanged wyvern meant they're venomous. Wouldn't that make more sense?
Yeah, it would, but technically speaking, what is actually venomous in that series makes no fucking sense.
Don't even tell me, because I think I'm going to get angry if you tell me. Actually, you know what? Tell me.
Dude, there are literal land sharks
Yes.
that can shoot lightning.
That better not be considered venomous.
And is referred to as poisonous because it's technically not lightning, it's paralysis that it inflicts.
Yeah,
even though the effect clearly looks like they shot lightning out of their ass instead of like...
And I can't help but imagine getting struck by lightning will cause paralysis. Like, oh my god.
Okay. One of my favorite monsters ever, from probably the worst Monster Hunter ever played, is Disufuroa. I love this monster to death because it looks fucking badass, and it's actually kind of a really cool fight.
Yeah.
It is a elder dragon.
Alright.
that has mastery over ice, lightning, and fire. However, it's got a horn that has a headbutt attack or charge attack that if it hits you with any part of the horn, it'll poison you. And it's referred to as venomous.
That is actually the definition of venomous. It doesn't necessarily have to come from a bite. It just has to
Fair enough.
be injected into you.
And here's the funny part. This horn,
which means doctors are technically venomous.
this is the thing that's funny that I find about the horn. It doesn't have to inject you with it. You just have to touch the horn.
Then it's poison, not venom.
But it's referred to as a venomous creature.
Yeah.
They're also, I think there was another monster type, but I can't remember if it was called something. I feel like it was just referred to as amphibians, but I might be wrong. Because I forgot that in 4 Ultimate and Generations Ult, you can fight Tetsukabra and the Zamitrios, which are basically frogs.
Okay.
Like, Zamitrios is literally just a fucking frog with a shark for a head. And, by the way, this Zamitrios, how do you think it actually goes about fighting you?
So, the frog with the shark head, I would hope it lurches at you and tries to bite you a lot.
Yes, but it has another more notable method of attack. And you're probably going to be like, no, that's not a thing. Can you guess what that thing is?
I'm assuming it spits its eggs at you or something dumb like
Nope.
that.
It doesn't Yoshi you.
Hmm.
It likes inflation. It fights you by inflating its body and then bouncing around like a beach ball.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah! Hey, Rockbender! Welcome to the stream. I'm kind of just talking about some stupid shit and dragon stuff and all that. This is a drawing stream. Hey, if you want something drawn, I'd be happy to draw for you. So if you got something, that'd be awesome. But for the most part, I've been talking about, what is the actual definition of a dragon. That works, so can't comment much too much. That's fair. That's fair. But for the most part, this conversation stems from what is... Ah, you bastard!
Lamau.
I can never seem to get that goddamn child whenever I roll in that goddamn game. Chi-Chi's probably one of the best characters for you starting out because she's a really strong healer, and she's a better ice character than Kaya, so you're really, really lucky there.
I mean, we still got to think of something for you to draw.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of trying to think of. Yes, it is. One of my other friends has her, and I saw him tank a boss that was two-shotting me, and he was just standing there, just letting it do shit. But, let me think. On the topic of weird shit that's in Monster Hunter.
So, you want him to draw himself as a block of cheese?
Cheese Sona.
What kind of cheese would you be? That's now a question in my head.
Okay.
Alright, so...
I mean, last time I drew Paimon as a sandwich.
Art.
Well, I basically did my own interpretation of an idiot sandwich meme. And I had Klee being the one who's being the joking person. Even though Klee's really not the prankster of that entire series. It's probably Kaya.
No.
Or some other character.
But
yeah. Klee definitely has the most hilarious memes for her.
Alright, but now, what kind of cheese are you? Because I think...
let me think. I haven't the slightest idea.
Munster, because you're just pungent enough.
I don't even know what Munster cheese looks like.
I'm pretty sure you can look it up.
Alright, I guess that's what I'm doing now. Great.
Fucking wicked. Thanks for this idea. Also, who is this person? Do we know them?
No, we do not know this person personally.
Okay, because I thought this is one of our friends just trying to harass us because I don't know who these people are on Twitch.
Yeah, that's fair. Ah, so it's kind of like Bree. I mean, it looks like it's in the family of Bree.
Actually, monster doesn't make sense.
Is there any black cheese?
Black cheese.
Ah! Sorry for the loud noise. Those were my dogs. And the big loud one you heard, that was Bear. He's a German Shepherd. He's kind of a baby. There is a such thing as black cheese.
Doesn't really look all that good though, to be honest. I think that's just the wax on like another kind of cheese, to be honest.
Black cheese, a most unusual but popular cheddar infused with edible activated charcoal.
But do you see yourself as a cheddar covered in charcoal?
No, I don't. No, definitely not. Do I look very sharp to you? Anime mode or in real life? I mean, I'd say I'm pretty grating.
Draw yourself as a fucking wheel of Parmesan then. Because people have to grate that shit on everything these days.
I don't go well on everything. I have a very acquired taste.
Blue cheese. Because you crumble a lot under pressure.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right, I guess we're doing this then.
This is an interesting prompt, to say the least. Now let's see if this man can draw a block of blue cheese from memory.
We're doing this.
I'll be right back.
Ah! Someone followed! Who was it? Something happened! Yes, I did say the blue cheese. Ugh, fucking...
So, how's this go?
Well, I just got spooked by my thing's sound.
Huh.
And Rockbender sent us a MO, I think is what happened.
Oh.
Because my...
Yeah, we said blue cheese.
Yeah.
Which really does not go well by itself. Kind of like you during these streams.
I mean, so far I've been doing pretty well. I mean, last few streams I've had when I was alone, I had at least 3 people on.
At least 3 people. But how was the conversation going?
It was mostly me just grumbling at or grumbling around, or having a mundane conversation with Rockbender.
I see.
Or I was just kind of like asking like what the most obscure game he had ever played was. Oh, hello, Rebecca's. Welcome to the stream. As soon as I finish Rockbender's request of drawing myself as a cheese, I would be inclined to draw you something if you'd like.
We should probably set up a Discord where we can send people these images so they can use them for their own uses.
I mean, I've been posting them on my Twitter. That's listed in my profile. I mean,
So you're saying if I want to see the products of your streams, I should just check your Twitter?
most likely. I mean, I would set up a Discord, but I don't know how to use Discord all that well. I don't know how to set up the channels and shit.
I see. Well, is it wrong for me to say that making yourself a Discord for that is going to be inevitable eventually?
Yeah, I'll need to learn how to do it eventually, but that's just kind of because I'm kind of a dumbass.
Phenomenal.
I'll keep that in mind.
What else was there?
Rebecca said that I could help, and I'll keep that in mind.
Nice.
Okay, one moment. I need to check everything real quick. What was it? Alright. Actually, I'm going to reset that position because it's all off to the side. Oof, yeah. Excuse me. Ugh. I think I ate too many carrots. Alrighty then. I mean, I guess it kind of helps that my character's hair is like black and stuff.
So it'll stick out more?
So it'll definitely help with the whole cheese thing. How's my day been going? It's pretty good. Earlier I did a stream with my wife. We played Dark Souls. It was kind of fun. We both killed Boar to the Boreal Valley. Weirdly enough, I now have 2 bosses on the list that of the small list of bosses that she is not able to punk on her own.
Huh.
Because I don't have video footage of this, and by God, I wish I did. Because then I could just like have people just watching some of the egregious bullshit she's been up to in those games. Because on one of my other files where I'm like new game +4 or some shit like that, I went up to Nameless King, and Candace is like, "You shouldn't be having that much trouble. It can't be that hard." And I'm like, "You want to play?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll play." No hits first phase. Makes Storm King look like a bitch. Parries Nameless King. And here's the more fucked up part. That is the first time she had ever actually played a Dark Souls game willingly. Without me like having to like harass. Doing her best. Well, here's the thing. It's been on accident. Because we've been playing Dark Souls 3 recently on our own. And we've been getting our asses kicked. By like the base enemies. When it comes to invaders, holy shit though. Her ability to kill invaders is just appalling to me. Like, that shit scares me. Like, her record currently is 25 invaders in a row. And most of them could one-shot her. The reason why I know that is because I was a summon for her while fighting them, and they pinged me and one-shot my ass because I was trying to do a weird build with miracles and use Wolnir's greatsword, which I'm kind of regretting because, yeah, she's catching them on their dodges. Like, she doesn't even bother parrying them. Like, these are really long fights, but there was one dude who actually, like, messaged her at one point saying hacks, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna block that user because Candace's profile doesn't need that. And then I get a thing from that person you're playing with was hacking, and I'm like, I responded, and I'm like, nope, you just got fucked by.
You should have said something really. You should have did some kamikaze bad words. You think we're smart enough to hack? You're just shit.
No, what I said was, no, you just got.
Yeah.
I'm literally like, no, she literally just got lucky. That was the first time she had picked up the controller.
Personally, I think it'd been more funny if you insulted everyone involved some way, somehow.
Well, I mean, when it's with Dark Souls, it's already a ragey enough game, and I'm already mad at the game itself, so...
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure there would have been some levity if you could poke fun at the fact that you definitely don't know how to hack as well.
That is true. Also, it's on PlayStation, so it's kind of a pain in the ass to hack. If we were on PC, I would have been modding the shit out of the game, and then dealing with hackers is actually run-of-the-mill. And I wouldn't be mad that I ran into a hacker, because... Favorite run of Dark Souls 3 was the luck build. Block, no parry run. No block, no parry. Okay.
Alright.
Let me guess, you were using the Hollow Knight Greatsword, by chance. Rockbender. Because, if you didn't know, the Hollow Spear and Hollow Knight Greatsword actually scale with luck. Dodge roll only, yeah. I am kind of an oaf when it comes to, like, dodging around in games, so, like, generally speaking, I'd say most of my victory comes from actively trying hard enough to basically trade blows with bosses. I think has been my go-to way of playing Dark Souls, is to be as chunky as the boss is, and then be like, either you're going to kill me or I'm going to kill you. Oh, damn. What weapon were you using, Rockbender? Oh, Kruger Claws with a hollow gem until finishing the on request proper, and then straight sword rest of the way. That's kind of respectable. Those are actually pretty damn good. I mean, I probably would have used, like, bleed or poison on those things because of the status effect, but that's probably just me. And I kind of suck. But the thing that really bothers me about my wife is her recent destruction of basically everything in the Ring City. Like, good lord, I've never seen someone tell Slave Knight Gale to go fuck himself barehanded before. And actually do it first try. Because she was supposed to be using a weapon, but she accidentally switched out of the weapon, and I kept trying to tell her how to switch back, and she couldn't figure it out. Then she eventually did. But by that point happened, she had punched Gale to death. With a build that wasn't set up for it. And so I'm just sitting here at, like, looking at my wife like, what is happening here?
Hey, baby.
Yes, did Henri fighting Aldrich length of quest. Nice.
Hey, right here. Can't just go.
Yeah, Mog?
Yeah, here is
Nice. But, not to mention she's also surprisingly good at Bloodborne as well. Because she's actually able to do something that Xavier can't do.
Yeah, what up? Oh dear.
I can't even tell what that is from here.
People being horny over God of War joke.
Ah. So, the internet just being the internet.
Yep.
But it is subsequent playthroughs that prove that that was a fluke.
Andy.
one-shot blind beat Pontiff. Holy fuck. I mean, I can understand why why that can happen sometimes, but like, who? Like, one of my other friends, he's really good at the game, and one of his preferred things to do is to fight Dark Beast Parl as early as possible, because he really hates that fight. Because if you do things right, that area is actually a lot easier the first time through, and then when you actually have to go through it, deal with Parl when you're supposed to, that area gets stupidly difficult to go through. Because of some ghosts or something like that. And then, and the thing he has a hard time doing is parrying Parl. Candace just fucking destroyed his ass with every single bullet she had. She nailed every single one of them. And I was just sitting there, just gobsmacked. Not to mention her character that she made in Bloodborne as well was also kind of really, really bad. Like, the one thing she did have going for her is she actually upped, I think it was skill in that one, which actually directly affects how much damage your riposts actually do. Then also she leveled the hell out of Blood Tinge, which you never want to do unless you're using a weapon that actually scales off that, which she was not using. Do you want to know what weapon she was using?
Sure.
The Kirkhammer. She's using Kirkhammer in Bloodborne. Because bonk.
Alright.
And so I'm just watching her just completely decimate everything. And she's not even really just like shooting them. Well, not really like smacking with a hammer. Like, I've seen her smack 3 guys with a hammer. Total. And those 3 people she smacked were specifically werewolves, apparently. Because Candace's joke that she affectionately abused the hell out of her entire time playing it was, bonk the bad dog. Yes, the Kirkhammer has the best stagger, but she was barely even using it for that. Like, she was just shooting a guy and then parrying, and then riposting. But, I was just, like, kind of upset by what was happening. Like, she eventually made it to another boss that's really hard. Like, she actually started doing the Chalice dungeons way before she was supposed to. And she's been doing incredibly well there. There's actually a boss there that I refuse to fight simply because I just do not have the dodge skill to do it, and believe me, I tried to kill that motherfucker. Like, I went in to that fight so grossly overleveled that I could one-shot his ass if I could hit him, but I could not survive. They've done Blood... BL4 to just past Rom. Well, Rom's not that bad of a fight. He's annoying, yes, because of all the add-ons, and that hit stun can be fucking annoying. Weirdly enough, she hasn't fought him yet. I first tried every boss until Vicar, yeah. Effectively soul level 1, but Bloodborne. Yeah, that's the nice thing about Bloodborne, is it's a more skill-heavy version of Dark Souls, so if you're good enough at the dodging and the parrying, you can effectively kill every boss without even having to level up. And just, good lord, my wife and some of those bosses is just like, Jesus. I wish I had the DLC, though, because I want to see how she fares against Orphan of Kos and Lady Maria. Because Lady Maria is a fight that's literally just 50-50. If I get in there, either the start of the fight, she's going to parry me and then immediately kill me, or I'm going to smack her upside the head so hard with whatever weapon I'm using. It's probably going to be... I forgot what the thing was, but it's the wee blade that you stab yourself with. I forgot the weapon. But I'm probably using one of the blood tinge weapons, and I'm going to smack her with it, and in which case I'll be fine. Or I'm just going to smack her upside the head with some big, heavy weapon. Either that or boom hammer her. Struggle. Yeah, Ludwig is actually a dick. What you doing?
Existing.
Yeah, Ludwig is actually hard. And luckily enough, Candace has had some issue with that fight. She hasn't beaten him yet, but she's gotten really fucking close every time. And it's his little... Chikage, thank you. Chikage is my favorite weapon in Bloodborne. Crap. Alright, well, I've got a thing I need to do real quick.
I guess we can leave this on standby.
Yeah, I just need to remember how I did that. I remember now. I don't have an actual standby image, but I will be right back. I have an important thing I need to do real quick. So I will be muted for a bit.
I think the next thing you should draw is an actual standby image.
Yeah.
Unless you already had another suggestion other than literal blue cheese, man.
Yeah.
Do you have any other suggestions at the moment?
Not exactly.
You both are on blue cheese.
No, I'm on Stilton cheese. It makes me trip fast when I'm sleeping. No. That's actually a thing Stilton cheese does.
And you're adorable.
Yeah, hardly.
What? It's part of the table. No. Well, maybe I should have started at the table while you were sitting there, okay? We all do that. No. No. Stand up there with them. Plan your shit better. Hey! Who? The neighbor behind us? Doing? What the fuck are you doing? You look at the body? Who?
Here, watch this with to the best of your ability because I have to go get my water real quick.
Okay. I apologize for that. I had a thing I needed to do. At Chikage, only 2 viable blood-tinged weapons are the Chikage and the Bloodletter. Yeah. I actually kind of like the Bloodletter. I don't use it often, but it is kind of fun to use. But I apologize for having to dip out a little bit. I had to load some stuff. It's kind of heavy. Yeah, I really don't like doing this stuff, but sometimes you have to. Yeah, make sure I got the hair right. That. I think I'll put the yeah. Let me think. Oh yeah, this was another thing. Dark Souls is a rendition of dragons. I completely forgot about. That's another thing that I used for my definition, Andy.
Well, I mean, aren't they really just the actual, just regular definition dragons then?
They kind of use the lore significance of at odds with like storms or shit like that because they're weak to lightning, or they're supposed to be weak to lightning canonically.
So yeah, basically they're just standard dragons that just look kind of cool.
Yeah.
All right.
But more specifically, that dragons are in that series the natural equivalent of gods.
So far, not straying from the definition.
Yeah.
Much either.
In the case of like some mythologies, it's said that
although we're starting to get into D&D logic with this.
Yeah, it's like a bit of
gods.
that too, like a bit of D&D logic and everything there. But generally speaking, what is the case between, or what defines as a dragon is it's basically the natural equivalent of one, where, in all intents and purposes, it is a godlike being, but is not tied to the natural order effectively.
Alrighty.
Which, generally speaking, in D&D is kind of what they are.
I mean, what they are in D&D is they are creatures that can be as powerful as gods, but they come from nature itself. They evolve to be that powerful.
Yeah.
Which is actually really cool, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like I like the way of thinking where it's like, yeah, a world where magic occurs naturally would, of course, breed dragons that could possibly fight God if they wanted to.
Yeah.
And
the sad part, though, is if we're bringing like the actual biological equivalent of dragons in, my favorite rendition of dragons are actually scientifically impossible in our world.
As are most fantastic things.
Well, I mean, the reason why like my favorite type of dragon, which is what most people would refer to as the European dragon, they're biologically impossible because they would have to evolve from a hexapodal creature, which is not physically possible because there are no fish that have 2 main pectoral fins anymore, or two main pairs of pectoral fins. They're only...
I mean, they could evolve back into existence.
That's not likely because...
It's still possible. I can assure you that much.
Yeah. Using D&D logic is not the best
Mind
argument.
if
My
we-
source being
Also,
looked up a D&D Gorgon and the mythical creature Gorgon. Yeah, that's more so. I think Wizards of the Coast being Wizards of the Coast,
Yeah.
but I use a combined definition for dragons usually because Magic the Gathering has a distinct difference between dragons and drakes is my main thing. And there's supposed to be somewhat of a difference between certain species of dragons and all that.
I'll be right
And
back.
this entire ordeal originated from me watching. I think it was pronounced Zenitria.
Yeah, that's exactly where this came from.
Yeah, it was from Zentrea. However the hell you pronounce her name. God, if I ever get to speak with her, she's gonna she is going to rail my ass for not being able to handle names. Ooh, that's really good. I just poured a thing of Irish cream into a half-drinking bottle of Pepsi, and it's actually really good. Neat. But yeah, I use like a kind of a... The Gorgon thing was a Gygax messing up due to the lack of good information, and no one ever going back and fixing it. Yeah, that's fair. Like for Lamias, for example, that's a mob that pisses me off to no end, because I was so used to the initial introduction of Lamia, which some people would probably be like, "Oh, you got that from Monster Musume or some anime." No, I actually got this information from a teacher, or from a substitute teacher from India, who was telling the class a story about like Indian mythology, because we had a unit on Greek, and someone brought up the Gorgon from that, which is snake person or Medusa, and she told us that generally those would be referred to as Lamia for snake people, but in D&D they're for some fucking reason Sphinx. And it just, every time I see him, it brings me physical rage. Because I'm just like, But as far as like dragons go, there's a lot of weird stuff for it, because I've probably said this before, but in some mythology, I think it was Chinese mythology, snakes can actually turn into dragons, and I use the term drake and dragon differently to separate the two, and that generally tends to like solve most people's issue when referring to the likes. That, and also I've seen some weird depictions of dragons in some places where it's just like, what the fuck am I looking at here?
Did I miss anything?
Not particularly.
I see.
This is, I kind of just finished my tirade of or my rant of dragons. Yeah, I think that this image kind of works being like googly-eyed. Hey, how's that face look to you?
It's goofy enough for the prompt.
Let's
also
see.
kind of matches your personality sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
Let me think. Is there another good thing to talk about? Oh, fuck. I mean, one of the things, and this is actually a thing just about D&D that kind of bothers me, and it's probably an issue of creative licensing, and it has to do with mind flayers. Mind flayers are such a cool enemy type.
Listen.
Hey.
Hearing that come from your mouth is so disingenuous.
Why?
Because you have never put a single one in any of the campaigns we've run.
Well,
Not
yes,
once.
we both play D&D. We've mostly played 5th edition.
We've also played a little bit of Pathfinder. And
yeah,
Lancer.
we've played a little bit of Pathfinder, a little bit of Lancer. I have several manuals for D&D. Like, I've got a number of 5th edition manuals. I've got everything we need to do Pathfinder.
At least we got some stuff for AD&D.
Yeah, I've got some 2nd edition.
Which is fucking weird.
Yeah, Mind Flayers and Beholders are both copywritten by Wizards of the Coast, and it kind of bothers the shit out of me that it's like that.
Yeah.
Because
it's clear that people can get permission to do these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Pathfinder is a good example of that.
Yeah, and my problem with them is the fact of the matter that I've only seen 3 attempts to make D&D themed movies.
And none of them ended well.
And not a single fucking one of them ended well.
Fair.
And just like, I actually own this movie. It's just, as far as I know, I think it was just...
Fair. He was trying to get in the trash, so I'm trying to deter that.
Alright. Thank you.
Okay.
Damn dogs.
Go.
Yeah, they have an illithid race, which are referred to as mind flayers. That I'm aware of. But my main thing is just like... the use of them is just kind of limited. Like, I was actually introduced to the Mind Flayer D&D movie, bad guy, blue lips. Huh.
You.
Yeah, I've only seen like 3 D&D style movies. I think one of them was called Dark Stone, and I think it was meant to be an actual D&D movie, but it's
Speaking of actual D&D movies, there's quite a few of those as well.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that there aren't any, like, good ones, like, actually good ones. I've never heard of anyone talking of good ones, but the one I'm referring to was, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but an interactive movie. Not a video game, an interactive movie.
Oh my god, I think I've... Oh my god, that sounds familiar. Like, I remember, Fuck. Oh yeah. You know who Pro Jared is, right, Ray?
No, I've never heard of Pro Jared.
So he's a YouTuber who likes to talk a lot about video games and shit. And every December he talks about D&D. He brought up something just like that, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, this is a thing.
This, movie was just kind of weird, like... Oof, that was a terrible line.
Nah, that was sexy. It was nice and curvy. Got me back.
But, like, the problem is this movie was just like, oh, good lord, the writing was fucking terrible. Like, I actually went back and watched it recently, but I cannot remember the name of it for the life of me. Pro Jared is the D&D YouTuber that had a scandal for... Oh.
Oh, yeah. That.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah. I would bring him up, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's, alrighty then.
Yeah.
But, But the movie that I was referring to, look, like, on paper, I think it was a good idea, and it would make for probably a very, very funny, if not fun, campaign. Very generic campaign, but, like, a decent campaign to run, to be honest. And the thing that's really funny is, if I remember correctly, if this movie was based on an actual campaign that the directors of the movie, because I think there were 3 of them, actually played in. And based on the actual plot line, I think it was like 4 out of the 5 characters, or 5 or 6 characters there were all in on an in-joke with the DM. to kill off one or two of the people who were trying to direct a D&D movie to get them out of the campaign so that they couldn't finish their movie or some shit like that, if I remember correctly.
Interesting if true. That sounds a little far-fetched.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact details, but I think that might have been the case. I'll have to go back and watch it and tell you if that was the case. But one of the wizard of the party was actually the big bad evil guy.
Uh-huh.
And he hired an assassin, which was one of the other players, to kill one of the other players, or leave the other player for dead, and make sure he dies. Another one was just some random-ass bandit they got off the ground who was, I think at some point an NPC, but another person joined in to play them. And it was just kind of a weird movie. But, yeah. And then there's, like, the other D&D movie I'm familiar with is the Pathfinder movie. If I remember correctly, it was just labeled Pathfinder. It wasn't bad. At least...
But was it good is my question.
It was pretty goddamn generic for a fantasy-themed movie. So it probably would not have
got much out of it.
Yeah, but BG3 looks to be shaping up to be a good game. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. I haven't been paying attention to whatever games are releasing, to be honest, so I have no idea. Like, I think the most notable games I think I've heard about recently are Elden Ring, I think. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, it'll be decent. I've heard nothing but good things about that franchise, so I
high hopes.
Doubt that it'll be bad. Probably won't be a game I'll pick up, but
yeah.
I generally only like pick up games if it's something that I know. The Divinity, the Divinity Original Sin guys. Yep, it's going to be a good game. I've never played any of the Divinity games, but from every single one of my friends that actually owns one, they tell me, get Original Sin. Or at the very least, Original Sin 2, so we can fucking play together. And I'm like, I'll see to it eventually. So then that would definitely mean it's going to be a decent game if they're working on it.
Not gonna lie, this is a very interesting looking block of blue cheese.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to draw it completely from memory, so if it's not the most accurate, whatever.
What if you're just accidentally drawing a block of Swiss at you and you shouldn't call it design?
Nah, if anything, it kind of looks more like Havarti.
Same
which
thing.
has more crackly looking holes. No
As-
gnomes yet, so it passes me off. What do you got against gnomes, Rockbender?
Gnomes are evil, Ray.
Oh man. Oh, can I tell him a really story that ended up in a complete dumpster fire?
Sure.
So, my friend Andy tried to DM a campaign for us. I'm actually one of the assholes in this particular story because I played a homebrew class. If you're wondering what it's called the Spatial Summoner, and in other editions, it's basically a summoner class where you have this little creature that you build up to do some stupid shit. 5th edition doesn't have one. They have a homebrew for it, and I accidentally built mine to be too strong. And I completely neutered an entire puzzle for him, where we were supposed to be interacting with a wyvern.
Well, I mean, that part wasn't as big of a deal as the main gripe I had with that caused me to just be like, we're throwing this in the dumpster.
Yeah, that too.
Where you guys literally ran towards a thing you were definitely not high enough CR to take on.
Yeah.
Because you guys were like, what, like level 6?
Yes,
you
we were
know
level
the CR
6.
that thing was designed to be?
It was, let me guess, was it like 20 or something?
CR 27.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Like the fact that you guys are just trying to kill everything that you're thrown at. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah. But the big bad evil guy of this campaign was probably the funniest shit I've ever heard. And it was a gnome wizard who had a mount that was a gay death tyrant. And the reason why the story is actually really funny, the campaign ended in a dumpster fire. We basically dropped it because
the last session I ran, I was actually running drunk off my ass because I wasn't even taking it seriously myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I told another group I play D&D with, and they basically turned this gnome into a recurring character. And have basically put me up to the task of attempt to get this fucker to show up in any campaign I'm a part of. Which has resulted in this really creepy-ass box that has a golden Death Tyrant emblem on it that has a calcified gnome corpse inside. And this box with a gnome corpse has been responsible for several bullshit things happening. One such campaign being a Bill Murray. My favorite character I've ever played is a gnome named Bonji von Coppershot. Enjoyed it so much. Reimagined him for a current Pathfinder game I'm in now. Ooh, that sounds awesome.
Phenomenal.
But this gnome, in one such campaign, was... I have no idea. God damn it. You want to entertain them for a little bit?
I have nothing to talk about.
Find something.
Shit. Fuck. You like jazz?
Really?
Yes, really. Oh, fucking A. Yeah. So. Yeah, you take back over head.
Go ahead. Gotta put you on the spot.
You can't put me on the spot, Ray. I don't do this on the
All
spot.
my music I listen to is Nyan Cat on repeat.
Okay.
Okay, Rockbender, you scare me. You scare me.
I kind of want to actually meet this person now that they're saying shit like that. They sound like the kind of crazy that I'd get along with. No offense if you don't like being called crazy, but I mean that with the best of,
Yeah. Ooh.
wicked. So as you were talking about,
But basically, this Bill Murray, which is a joking way to describe a particular archetype of the wizard, basically resulted in this gnome being believed to be responsible for several war crimes of D&D, such as abusing the shit out of the Raspberry Crown item and a Fruity bottle and a few other items, which eventually resulted in me creating a literal Santa's sled that is pulled by beholders.
yeah, awful.
Yeah. And basically, this entire campaign was basically me trying to play what I assumed that character was like. And as far as I know about this actual gnome is, from what Andy has said, is that this gnome is an insane maniac.
Yeah. Now you want to know the terrible thing about his entire motivation for everything?
What?
He got tired of being called short.
I am...
Yeah, that was it.
I'm not surprised, but I'm a little disappointed that was it.
So you accepted the fact that he was already just supposed to be butt fucking sane.
Yes.
That you can't
Dude, it's D&D, man. Okay, it's D&D. That's wizards are supposed to be these eccentric fuckwads. Like, fucking...
Ray,
if Tolkien set up the rule
did
that...
you expect me to give this admittedly shitpost character some grand arc this entire time?
Yes.
You think I'm gonna use my best material on you guys?
Yes.
Boy, I don't even use my best material on myself. I don't even know what the fuck that is half the time. I lost that ability like several years ago, and then when I tried getting back into writing, I'm just like, fuck it. Main villain. You might as well be Magic Napoleon, or at least Magic British depiction of Napoleon.
But, let's see. This picture is horrid. Can make a crazy wizard because they look through a random telescope pointed it directly at Azasoth by sheer luck.
Oh my god. That. Mind if I steal that, actually?
To be honest, writing wizards or warlocks in D&D, or any tabletop for that matter, is incredibly fucking easy because of that. Because you could just make shit up on the fly from stupid shit. Hell, I once met a dude who actually made a horny bard who was horny and could get away with it because the justification was just that reasonable that it made sense. And the guy just used that as a reason so he could actually get the okay to play Quagmire in a D&D campaign.
Hate.
You want to know what the actual justification was?
Sure.
He took a single level in Warlock,
Did you make a pact with the succubus or something?
Pact of the Fae.
Oh.
And the entire joke was, as he was cursed by a fairy to be unbelievably horny, that to the point where, in order for his pact to work, he had to attempt to seduce everything and everyone.
Fair enough.
Granted, this character did get what was coming for him.
Chlamydia?
No. Because of a character I made. This
Oh, yeah.
DM is a very fun DM where he literally does not give a shit about player race. I wanted to make a dark tapestry oracle with that as a soft backstory. You know, that's actually a really cool one. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But this Quagmire Bard, the thing that basically got him was coming to him was he seduced a player who was playing a particular monster. I got the okay to play a sentient rust monster.
How would that even work?
I was playing a sorcerer.
Let me look over because I would like to know how the hell this would even work in the first place.
Demonic syphilis. Wow. But basically, he was told that he basically attempted to seduce my character because I stated that I was playing a female rust monster.
Wrong book?
Basically, if you're wondering how it worked, the DM, it works. It definitely works. I think I'd need more context other than demonic syphilis. Other than that, like the insane wizard due to accidentally looking at an eldritch being, that actually works quite well. And you don't really need to explain any relatively more from that. But this guy who was playing Quagmire basically got fucked over because he seduced a rust monster and Mimic gains sentience by copying a tailor mannequin. That's just a doppelganger.
Or if we want to get a little bit weirder, that's just a golem that someone casts Awaken on.
Are mimics constructs? I'm pretty sure they're a creature.
Oh, wait, yeah, they're creatures. Well, either way, it's something you probably still have to technically use Awaken on, to be honest.
No, very different rules. Okay, makes sense.
Okay.
But as for this campaign with that bard, let's just say that bard got. Oh, mimics are an aberration.
Good to know. Wait, are they?
I'm pretty sure.
Where
I mean, it
are
makes sense. I mean, by definition, it works.
Well, by a definition, if it's not found on the mortal plane, it's an aberration. By the actual definition of the word, almost everything in the Monster Manual should be an aberration.
Yeah, and he gets really uppity about some of that shit sometimes.
It's only when people bring up what is and isn't an aberration, because
jokes are you're supposed to be an eldritch weed plant.
yeah. Why does everyone have to keep bothering the psychic salad, huh? Why?
Psychic salad.
Shit.
Be right back. Alright, see you around.
Adios.
We'll be back soon, at the very least.
Huh. At least in 5e they're considered a monstrosity.
Hmm.
Should we tell him, or is that not going to matter?
I don't think it matters. I mean, he might be right if it's a different edition, but
I don't even know what edition we're talking about as a whole, to be honest here.
it's just D&D in general. Like, most of my stuff is generally from, like, 5th edition or 3.5, for that matter.
Which means, yeah, but at least by our definition, it's still a monstrosity.
Yeah.
Actually, I could argue that monstrosity would be an even easier thing to collect everything as other than aberration.
Yeah.
Because what isn't a monstrosity?
Yeah,
We can
for
give
that matter.
humans that tag.
Yeah.
If you have player levels, you are now considered a monstrosity. Have fun. No, that's dumb. That's dumb. And mechanically, I don't think that would do much.
Doesn't really do anything. To be honest, creature tag really doesn't do jack shit, aside from...
Except for actually cock block a lot of the cool shit you can do with polymorph.
Yeah.
Because it has to have the beast tag I've come to learn recently.
What?
Yeah, let me look it up.
Wait, so you can't even polymorph into a dragon?
I don't believe so.
Oh, lame. It's a dumb idea. That's dumb if that's actually a thing.
So yeah, it's any beast of equal CR or player level.
Hmm.
So at least you can turn it into a T-Rex, which is almost a dragon. Even though that's closer to a basilisk, if we're being honest.
Yeah. My entire thing is like, goddamn, sometimes the rulebook just makes playing certain classes not fun.
Well, I mean, there's some things I kind of wish our group would do, which is homebrew dumb rules like that out of the way.
Which I'm cool with doing.
Yeah, well, I also am like, I hate how our group gets kind of sticklery about what you can and can't do with
Yeah.
Druidcraft. I was like, oh yes, make me actually have to use a spell slot, even though...
By definition of the spell, it should work this way.
That's how I interpreted it. I think if you took it at face value, they're right in what they're saying about that, but... I don't like taking things at face value. It's not fun.
I mean, some times you have to use the definition of what is actually listed, to be honest. Because otherwise you get some really stupid shit, because for a long time, one of the homebrew compendium, or classes in the homebrew compendium that we like to use. My whole entire venture of trying to abuse the shit that Arthur was doing in one campaign, because I really did not approve of that.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that because that was actually kind of painful to think about. Like, I don't like people homebrewing around whole ass rules.
His entire reasoning was because he thought spellcasters were too strong. Which, yes, spellcasters can be incredibly powerful, if not overpowered in the right circumstances.
But mechanically, you can make any class kind of scary like
But,
that.
yeah, mechanically, literally any class is capable of that. Hell, give a paladin the right multi-class and magic item, and you've literally created a god.
Right, you don't even need a multi-class, just give a fighter the right kind of weapon, and they're kind of
that too. Yeah, just give the right class the right weapon, and you create a fucking DPS monster.
Like, if we use your version of the, the Devil May Cry sword's called the Yamato, right?
Yeah.
If you give them the homebrew Yamato and just let them abuse fall damage mechanics,
yeah,
they are terrifying.
Yeah, okay. The biggest problem with the Yamato I tried to make...
And then again, you could just give a wizard proficiency in long swords and probably get around that, and also make it so they won't take the fall damage themselves.
Yeah.
Which...
Ironically enough, the weapon is not actually broken.
It's just what you can do with it.
Yeah. It's just, it requires a smart player, and then it's just fucking horrifying.
Or a dumb player that just understands enough about the game.
It requires a certain amount of intelligence. Like, I've told this to several hardcore DMs, and they're like, that is admittedly a really fucking cool spell. And they've told me that it's a really, really good homebrewed magic item. Its damage is not the most busted, but in the hands of a smart player, it literally becomes an ungodly abomination capable of dismantling the entire planet.
But then again, I have to say just giving players magic items in general could do that.
Yeah.
Like with Garen's current campaign, you know how I've had to explain to him that I could easily just break the economy at any moment?
Mm-hmm.
And then I retired that character for the sake of the sanity of the campaign.
Yeah.
Like, that's the reason why I retired that character, to be honest.
I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest. Like,
because I could literally get away with murder with that character.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, for the most part of magic items, and I really, really enjoy making magic items in D&D. Like, that is probably my favorite part. And a build I've really wanted to do for a long time is make a blacksmith character. However, that problem is the two classes that are the closest to that. I don't like that version of the artificer. I really don't.
Also, I have to say, it's a lame version of cleric as well.
Yeah, but one of the most powerful versions of the cleric is supposed to be a blacksmith.
Although, for thematics, it's kind of one of the more boring ones.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why
Unless you lean a little bit too hard into the RP with it.
Yeah, you have to, like, go out of your way to do it, and also, 5th edition does not want to let you fucking do that. Hell, Pathfinder actually has a complicated system that is actually ripe for doing that kind of shit, but it's incredibly difficult to do because you need a shit ton of money for it. Everything in the crafting system requires a gold cost. Even when there's literally a thing where it says you don't need gold to do this, like, I shit you not, you need to drop 20 gold to make a bottle of beer in Pathfinder.
Which is one of the things I kind of prefer about 5e is some things you can just straight up eschew the cost of everything.
Yeah.
Like, listen, because I start with certain kits, I kind of have this anyway.
Yeah. And the kit reduces the gold cost by half.
But it also reduces the challenge for making things.
That too.
Unless it's magic items, in which case that's still not the most fun thing in the world to do.
Yeah, it's still kind of a pain in the ass.
It does require you to in-game take literal weeks to do it.
Yeah.
Meaning, unless this is a long-run campaign where you don't have a set goal, but rather just do a bunch of traipsing about the countryside, just fucking around. If it's one of those campaigns, you can easily do that kind of thing. Then, like the campaigns our group likes to run, making magic items ain't worth the effort.
Yeah. I thoroughly love making magic items. It is by far my favorite part of Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, I mean, that's one of the few things I do agree should be homebrewed.
Yeah.
Other than player races based off of human-like monsters.
Yeah.
Especially ones that already have stat blocks in the monster manuals that you can use for reference.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of how you can make that balanced. Or, of course, just use that block of text in the back of the DMG for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which, I'm like, I could do this, but it's kind of boring and doesn't require much critical thought to just...
Yeah, for the most part. And I'm also a person who really loves character creation and everything like that, so I like to put a shit ton of like the campaign I'm currently working on. To be honest, the actual ramifications of the campaign I'm actually working on that I plan to stream, the amount of races we have available could be its own compendium.
Well,
Or you could just full on use the monster manual and literally
you
pick a random page and you can literally play as that thing.
I believe you did ask us to keep a lot of the more absurd homebrew out of this, though.
Yeah.
Like you said, we could use the Final Fantasy compendium, and you did get permission to make a few player races.
Yes.
And I don't believe I was shown those to anybody because I don't think they give a shit.
They probably don't. I mean, if you want to, send them your player races and say, Ray really likes the idea of having these as availabilities. Tell me how good they are, or if they should have some more or
I'm
less.
not going to give you credit for the things I did most of the work on.
And no, literally say Ray likes these things, and told me to have you guys take a look at it and see if they need a little more.
Maybe next
or
time
less.
we're at D&D, I'll just pull up the notepad file and
Yeah.
just have Ian and Xavier look at it.
I never said anything about me making it.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying that I should just let you take the fall if they don't like it. But I guess I should have just waited for you to finish what you were saying.
Yeah. Jumping to conclusions a little bit.
Aren't I allowed to jump to conclusions? It's better than just squatting here.
That's fair.
Albeit that is something I don't really need to be doing right now because... Yeah.
Yeah, but for the most part, I really, really enjoy the process of making magic items and shit like that. Those are really fun. And an actual, blacksmith character would be really fun to actually play as.
Albeit, again, you have to lean, really hard into the RP and be like, yes, I find it worth it that we're going all the way out of our way to do this.
Yes.
Which I would imagine a lot of people would argue, listen, this is taking forever. Could we just get the story going?
Yeah, and I already have a bad enough time with that because, I'm pretty sure that,
You've kind of derailed the main campaign we're playing right now.
Well, to be honest, I do know what the exact CR of the next fights, because Garen did tell us that he was expecting us to be a lot higher level than we were to actually defeat some of the bosses, with Span of the Mind literally being the actual first boss.
And I believe we would actually be high enough to take those if we didn't take all these side trips everywhere else, to be honest.
Well, the reason being is because...
we would actually be matching their CR by now.
We're not. We're nowhere near that.
We could have if we didn't derail everything.
We need to be level 15 minimum for the players themselves to actually be able to kill the Span of the Body.
I can promise you.
Damage-wise, that is the actual requirement.
To be fair, I believe Garen himself kind of explained that he was also underestimating what we're capable of this entire time.
Yes.
So even if he said we should have been level 15, we probably could have taken him. Because...
Do you not remember the whole ordeal with the one dude he sent us to?
You mean how we literally just kicked his ass? In 6 turns?
No. The other thing, the Time God.
Even then, I believe he was bluffing.
He was not bluffing.
I would like to see the stat block to shut me up.
I asked him about it, and he literally said that the thing has a permanent anti-magic field and gives all martial classes a permanent disadvantage to all attacks while it's active. And on top of it, you have to make a dexterity saving throw, or you actually can't even hit him.
I think
He's also immune to all magic damage.
so. I genuinely just don't think Garen understands how to calculate CR.
No one in our group does.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying him specifically because all of that. What CR did he claim this thing was supposed to be?
A higher CR than we were. If I remember correctly, I think he said it was like a CR 20.
He said it was a CR 12, actually.
Mm.
That's a CR 30.
Mm-hmm.
Changed my mind.
I don't remember what the exact CR was. Just, I know for sure he wasn't playing around.
Listen, I just don't trust the way he balances things sometimes.
Well, yeah.
I.e., you don't even get to make a save on some things, even though...
Well, yeah, that was a
how
mistake he
5e
made.
works.
Yeah. He made that mistake once, and we never let him hear the end of it.
Well, remember how during that same session he was like, yeah, I'll even let you make the save, and then he just said we failed it anyway.
Yeah.
Meaning, I think he wasn't really taking us seriously with that.
No, he wasn't, because he wanted a thing to have happen, and he went with it. That's kind of one of the problems, and one of the reasons why it's been taking me so long to actually get an actual campaign out ready for you guys to do.
Is because you know that...
Is I really have to figure out exactly what I'm going to be doing.
And you also have to straddle that very thin line between reasonable DM nonsense and stuff that'll actually get us shitting down your neck for it.
Well, the thing is the only way for me to actually physically do that, by going by the book and letting you guys do your thing without you guys getting pissed off at me, is to literally do most of my damage via traps. Which is, I literally have to do an actual kobold encounter that's by the book.
Yeah, well, I'm saying...
Which means if I do that, then...
Well, you know what I mean, Ray. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried more about, being like, oh, yeah, listen, you failed to save, and though reasonably you shouldn't for some things.
Okay, what I mean is, like, if there's a specific save I need to have happen, like, I have you... If I have to do what Garen does, and you guys get trapped in a room with a poisonous gas that's supposed to knock you, or a room full of knockout gas, I'm going to let you guys make the save a few times.
Keep in mind...
But you will eventually drop. If it's one of those rooms where I want you to go down, you're
might,
going to go down, and you can't complain about it.
Which might be reason enough for me to either play a paladin or a monk, so I'm like, no, I'm still awake during this. Or just play some sort of undead.
Yeah.
Be like, listen...
Like, I'm not gonna go through the thing of, oh, it's a special poison that affects, like, constructs or demons. Like, if that's the case, I'm literally just gonna send a fucker in to literally curb stomp your ass.
Well, listen, what I'm saying is, can we just not do things that are a little too absurd?
Yeah.
But let's stop this because it sounds like we're starting to...
Nah, it's not.
Accusatory.
No, it's happening. Okay, gotta go back for a few. 10 save or die wizards. Oh, good lord.
Wait,
That's horrid.
hang on.
Okay, back for a few before I leave for home. That's fair. But
However,
for the most
I do
part,
like save or die things.
yeah.
Like, I believe the wyvern should get that back with the poison, which it always was up until 5e, I think.
I would just prefer a
Because-
alternative wyvern that's for higher level people. Like,
For
just
the-
treat the wyvern that they already have. All of them cast hold person.
Oh. Just a party of nothing but wizards, but actually all of them cast Bigby's hand on everything in unison and just crunch things to death. They call it, we are the clap. And I accidentally made a chlamydia joke. What is wrong with me?
I don't know what is wrong with you.
A lot of things.
But, for the most part, like, just...
But for the most part, I believe we should all get better at assessing CR.
To quote one of my other friends, Sam, he puts it at the best is...
Players are assholes.
Players are assholes. And the DM has, by far, the hardest job out of everyone in a D&D campaign.
Also, I've come to understand, like, this thing about being the DM is it's literally... Yeah... I get why most of the time they just want to be a player instead of the person running the game.
Yeah. I like being a DM, though. The problem is I'm just really bad at it, and everyone I'm playing with is actually smarter than I am. Every single one I play with.
Except for possibly James, as far as the rules go.
Okay, Save or Die Wizard is not you better save or you're dead. It's a if this thing saves against my spells, I might die. I see.
Well, I mean,
that's
just a low-level wizard with low intelligence then.
Probably.
Who's like, oh crap, they're gonna hit me.
Yeah. Like, what I mean, I think probably the best description of my model being normal, I'm moving around a lot more. Okay.
It's still working.
However, I'm pointing this way, and it's barely facing forward.
Eh.
Alright.
Whatever.
Resetting this model. There we go.
But, yeah, you were saying?
For the most part, no save or die wizard is like an enchantment and illusion wizard. Or enchantment or illusion wizard. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the most part,
DMs
have this very particular standard they have to hold, or they get endless shit for it.
I believe the main issue is everyone having fun, and is it reasonable?
Yeah, which is the main thing is everyone having fun,
which is something admittedly only Garen really knows how to do in our group.
Yeah, that's why I say that.
Sam, so
yeah, well, Sam's an amazing DM, and he's also not afraid to fuck you.
Yeah, but I think he'll at least try and make sure you're having fun when he's fucking you.
Yeah, he'll have fun with it. He'll do everything in his power to make it fun for everyone else.
But he will skull fuck you.
But yeah, he will literally rip you a new asshole. Some of the other guys I play with, one of them, Jack, is his name. I don't know his actual name. That's just his URL is
Jack.
Yeah, well, Jack Blackie the Blackest.
Let's stick with Jack.
Is his actual name. Like his actual Discord name.
Yeah, let's just stick with Jack.
But Jack is... I work with my DMs even when I completely shut down encounters with a single roll. Yeah. He is cool with literally anything and everything. I don't know how he does it. Like, this man has a...
problematic for his group, then.
It very much so is. He's literally referred to me as the worst type of D&D player in existence.
No, I'd say that goes to min-maxers.
Like, he would prefer a standardized wargamer than a meme player. I like to do meme-ish bullshit, and I'm an involved meme player. Yeah. Like, my favorite thing to do is I like to know what the DM is... Yes, and mentally, yeah. Like, my favorite thing to do is know a large amount of shit the DM... sorry, can you...
Christ.
I don't know.
Hopefully it's quick. Yeah. He'll be right back.
No.
Sorry about the awkward silence. I'm not really good at talking by myself.
Not yet, but I'm going to get done. Okay. I'm not going to forget I have a notification on my phone. Well, 4:12. But close to it.
Yeah. But I can't help but imagine a DM that's cool if literally everything is...
Yeah,
That doesn't sound
he
fun
refers
the
to
other
me as the
players.
worst kind of player, is I like to know what the DM is up to and have a partial amount of it. Get him to set up a Discord I've got dumb shit to send, including my idea for Hat of Many Hats.
Perfect!
Yeah, I would,
set up a
but
Discord.
he does not, he doesn't have a mic.
Let's still set up a Discord because I think we still kind of need to do that, admittedly.
That is true.
Like, not to bring that back up, but we have to do it.
Yeah, you're right.
If you're a public figure these days, you kind of have to have one.
Yeah.
But no, I don't like the idea of a DM that's cool with literally everything the players...
He makes it work. Like, he has said that I am responsible for a few migraines from him. Like, the one time he literally gave everyone the option. If you want, you can pick in a Freedy bottle. He just had an entire system in place for how the implications of it work. Because the book doesn't actually have, like, in 5th edition specifically, doesn't have any, rules in place of how many charges item has.
Oh, you want to know an awful idea for something I
It's literally a hat that once per day you can pull out a hat with 11 chance to pull out a slightly larger hat.
Oh.
If I'm,
Hat salesman. I like it.
is it me or does that sound like a Dr. Seuss reference?
That feels kind of like a Mad Hatter reference in my head, weirdly enough.
I
That
swear
feels
there's
Alice
like
in
a
Wonderland shit to me.
yeah.
Also, you want to know something I want to do at least once in a campaign? Give someone a freebie bottle, but the rule is you can use the wish spell once, but your wish has to be 5 words or less. And leave the rest up to DM interpretation. Or is that too hard?
That's a little too complicated.
Actually, I'd say it's quite simple. Just
Yeah.
really evil.
But this DM, what he did, or what Jack did, was he rolls up the actual like rules of the Afridi bottle, and there are at least 3 different types of bum Afridi bottle you can get, where it's just literally a genie in a bottle that's under your control until you let him out of the bottle.
Gotcha.
Like the first one is, it's technically a lemon, but it's not a bad lemon. You literally just end up with a random genie from the book in a bottle that is basically your familiar. You can pop them out of the bottle and they will fight for you.
But they don't have the wish spell.
But they don't have the wish spell, and
Wait, I think there's an actual rule saying only if like genie lords can cast wish anyway.
yeah. And
So,
Afridi bottles specific, it doesn't exactly.
so
These are also Monty Python reference at 100. Wow. Nice.
Lovely.
But generally what he does is, one such one is that he specifically states that any type of genie can be a genie lord, and their wish granting skills are entirely dependent on that. Like, for example, a Dao is likely to grant you a wish that would have monetary value to your character.
I'm assuming a merit would tell it you have a chance of finding out the location of like a buried treasure or something.
Yeah, where you'll
Something
wish for something
ocean-based.
and he'll literally give you a thing to be like, here's your treasure, go find it.
And it's usually in like a sunken ship or something.
Yeah.
For thematic reasons.
Yeah, or it's a place for it, or he has the treasure, or, okay, fine, you can have one of these treasures of mine, but you have to go find it, or you have to get it from me, or earn it from me.
You have to
Or
find
make
a
a
storm
trade.
giant for it.
Yeah, quite literally. They'll do shit like that.
And then an Afridi is let's say
Okay, I gotta go. If you're still streaming in an hour, I'll hang out. That's fair. I'm
But-
probably gonna finish this one up fairly soon, and then go do some stuff. I've got some things I need to help out with.
remember you still gotta draw your standby image.
I stand by.
Yeah, for when you have to leave the screen, but you're not cutting off the stream entirely.
Yeah, that's true. I gotta do that as well, so I'll probably be here for a little bit. But as soon as I finish this one and you're off for a little bit, I might pause or might mute my mic for a little because I gotta go do a thing.
Yeah, but
I'm really not used to the whole streaming layout thing, and I didn't realize there was so much crap for it already.
yeah, and then after we're done streaming, we might figure out how to set up the Discord
Yeah.
because that's something to do.
I'm gonna need moderators for that, so
Well, I mean, you already got one talking to you right now.
yeah, one of them showed up in the chat at one point. I'm gonna have to private message them at some point, saying, how does one moderate a chat? Because I've never done that before. I literally only use fucking
Well, I mean, you give them special privileges, and then they just take it from there.
yeah.
But we're gonna have to set up some rules for them, so they don't get power hungry with it, though.
Yeah, for the most part, I'm pretty good about making rules that are pretty easy to deal with. For the most
main
part.
one being no CP, none of that
What does that mean?
child porn.
Oh, right.
That's probably gonna be rule number 1.
Yeah, no illegal shit is probably what I'm gonna put in,
Yeah,
and no being
and no
complete on another jackassery.
or at least none of the bad kind of jackass.
Yeah, if you want to, I'll probably have a channel that
If
specifically.
first images do that, but if you want to tell someone to kill themselves, don't do that.
Yeah, if there's an argument server, I'll probably put a thing up in place where it's oh, do these things. But this guy's one of the rolling on his table and explaining it. There's literally a turntable to see if your genie can use the wish spell.
And then another turntable for what kind of genie it is.
Another turntable for what kind of genie it is. Then a turntable for how many spells it can cast, a turntable for whether or not those spells recharge.
Another one for, I would imagine, what class of spells I can fill it out.
It's more so,
It's one of the school spells.
Oh, hey, James.
Oh.
Go look at the Discord real quick. It's a bit important. Gotcha. What happened?
Oh, dear. Also, why am I not in this server?
I don't know. You should be.
I am not.
Weird.
I haven't been in this what you guys have been using, so I've been out of the loop for a couple months now. As far as I'm aware, I don't know when this was made. Maybe, say, 3 weeks from now. Whoa. You already have stuff ready for this week?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, I have an entire dungeon ready.
Yeah, well, do you have a story? Yeah.
That's the makings of one, but I can run with that.
Okay. Interesting.
But, right. But for the most part, this guy had, like, a lot of turntables
There's
for
a lot
wizards.
of detail in this.
Yeah.
What up?
As James posting, it's like, yeah, I'm drawing in a stream.
Yeah. He's drawing himself as a piece of blue cheese. Even though it really doesn't look like blue cheese.
Yeah.
But, yeah, a lot of detail goes into this genie table.
Yeah, and it's like really crazy. Like, there's even a detail of how ridiculous and game-breaking the wishes can be. And I rolled very well on my thing. I was given... He basically, when he rolled the thing, he was like, oh, fuck, you have 7 wishes, and they recharge. I'm going to be rolling how strong they're going to be. And he rolled... Well, you have max-powered wishes, so you can literally wish for anything you want in the game. Just, the only rule is, don't end the campaign early.
So, no Sungate Spear, no Sungate...
No Sungate cannons, no finding out who the big bad evil guy is and then wishing he was dead. That kind of stuff.
No literally wishing yourself to be a Sarah Rack.
Yeah, no wishing for godlike power or... And this is one of the only things he actually completely bars completely from wishes. And that is wishing you were a higher level than you already were.
I mean, I can appreciate people who want to do that, but...
Like, he understands why people would wish for that, and that's like the go-to thing for it.
Within reason.
And he has the best way to fuck with someone, because you can gain a random level from another class by using it.
I'd have to say it should always be in a class level that does not mesh with your build.
Yeah. Or, for that matter, be a random, or you can only do it once per character.
Also, again, the DM should make it intentionally not mesh well with their current build.
Well, his entire thing is he does it based on RNG, so that way it's fair and it's not out of his hands, because if you wish for something that genuinely irks him, because I wished for things he had never heard of. He'd never had any stories about people doing shit like this. My first wish was... Like, my first major wish was literally a infinite raspberry crown. Which is basically a
death by wasps.
Hive of angry wasps that were always under my control. That was an infinite use.
Another was the Beholder Slay.
And then eventually became into the Beholder Slay, where I asked for ropes of... I said I asked for an item called Ropes of Dominion.
Yeah.
Which I didn't explain what that meant. He's like, yes, you have those items. And then he literally gave me an item that literally happened to be exactly what I was looking for. And it's literally anything you tie up with it is completely under the user's control.
Which is hilarious because you don't have to make a roll to tie something up.
Yeah.
Like they say specifically, unless your DM says otherwise, there's no reason to have a save for that.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, I'm sorry. So hitting someone with a stick is harder to do than literally tying someone up.
Yeah.
What? But
And then I wished for 7 beholders. And he went along with that request. He was even nice about it because everyone was like, yo, dude, what the fuck? And the DM's like, he didn't specify what state, so I'm going to roll to see if they're conscious or not. And I got lucky. All but one of them were conscious, but the other one was so confused by what the hell was going on, it couldn't react. Because I immediately said, I want to tie up every single one of them starting, or I used hold person on, or I think it was hold person, and he let me use it.
I believe you should have casted like hold monster.
I think it was hold monster. That might have been more accurate. I think that's what it was.
Hold person does not work on that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it was hold monster. I don't remember exactly because my memory's kind of shite.
Yeah.
But I cast hold monster on it so it couldn't move and it couldn't anti-magic us, and then I tied it up. I tied all of them up with my rope.
Kinky.
He didn't explain how long the rope was, so I just assumed and went tying things up until he said, oh, okay, you're out of rope. You don't have enough rope for that. But oddly enough, he said, yeah, you've got enough rope for that, and he was nice about it.
Now, you want to know something he could have done with the beholder thing that would have probably made it a little bit infuriating? So you know how beholders work where they create themselves by dreaming?
Mm-hmm.
And you know how, depending on what the beholder dreams of, they'll do some weird things with the beholder it creates?
Yeah.
What if one night a beholder was dreaming about elves and that thing had some jacked up version of Fey ancestry and couldn't be charmed or controlled by magic by any sort of means?
Yeah.
And it was a death tyrant? I bet you would have been infuriated by that.
Yeah, I would have fucking lost it. I've also told him, he's also stated that beholders are his favorite monsters ever because he loves to make homebrewed ones.
So,
and I told him about my attempt to make a beholder dragon, which he said that if I ever meet you in person, I'm going to punch you for that reason, which I entirely am okay with it.
Yeah, but, so, we could assume that the thought definitely crosses his mind with that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Sleep, bitches. Sleep.
It's not even 11.
Yeah. And so, beholders are kind of fucking scary.
Quiet, please.
And I literally just got a hold of probably the most horrifying mount ever, because this thing is actually fucking unstoppable, because I literally have several lasers and shit. I didn't have a means of controlling where these things were going, though. Just, they wouldn't attack me and they couldn't be hostile towards me. Or people that I said they would.
Yeah. But ultimately...
And their main job was to work in... I specifically stated that they would be receiving a good... Basically, the entire rule, and the reason why they never actually tried to break free from the ropes was I stated that if they pull my sleigh and help me do stuff, I would make sure that they would never die. And in the presence of that many beholders, the likelihood of a dead beholder is very low unless the beholders want to kill each other.
Unless one of them has a bad dream.
Or one has a bad dream.
Which means I'm surprised your DM wasn't rolling on tables every time you took a long rest.
That didn't come to his mind.
It should have, if he's that obsessed with beholders. And he's like, I like to homebrew these things just for fun.
Yeah, he completely spaced that, and he was under the assumption that they wouldn't want to hurt me, so they never had any bad dreams in my presence.
The creations wouldn't want to hurt you, though.
It was just an oversight. He didn't quite think of it at the time.
It was a waste of potential. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes even the most genius of person. How's that look for you?
Quite cheesy. But definitely not blue cheese.
Up there.
Alright.
Foggy.
I'm actually going to do something real quick because I just realized something.
Oh, yeah?
Fabernac.
But, that being? What'd you realize? You
Yeah.
have to check something?
Yeah. Actually, I needed to save something, so I'm just going to...
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
All right, I didn't do the pupils.
That just made it infinitely worse, in my opinion.
That's the point. It's supposed to be bad.
Oh, you know, like my editing jobs. Because somehow this is giving off the energy of me making cursed images without knowing how to edit Photoshop.
Yeah. All right.
But it's not quite putting a drugger in a burrito.
Yeah.
Although, that does sound quite delicious.
Yep.
So, time to do that intermission so we can get that stuff you need to do done.
Yep. Now let's mute that. Grab my jacket. But fucking. You'd be surprised some of the stupid shit I've seen that he's actually greenlit.
Yeah, I kind of want to slap him. Tell me
Like-
the worst thing he's greenlit, please.
Someone's request for a respawn mechanic by being able to play as one's progeny.
I believe technically anybody can do that at any point.
And he was like, what are the implications of that? And the progeny would have the exact same player levels as the parent would
I'm pretty sure with our group you could get away with that just fine.
when they were conceived.
So, as a baby, they have all this power.
Yes.
Oh, ew. Well, I mean, with spells like Revivify and Reincarnate, you can kind of get away with that anyway.
He specifically requested that we have access to that as is.
Without
So-
needing a special, needing spellcasters to do so.
The request was that this campaign in particular, he was told that he was doing a no magic campaign. We were not allowed to play any characters that were capable of spell casting
In any degree.
in any degree.
So you couldn't even play some kinds of barbarian then. It's fun.
Have everyone playing martial classes, so he said if they gain spell slots, we can. Can you grab my recycle box from downstairs? Yeah. The reason being was know how to replace current economy.
Which is why I do appreciate that EMs do it as beforehand. Yeah.
And I generally don't really understand CR very well as is. Alright, there's a cooler needs to go out now.
And then you gotta put some stuff in the dishwasher still.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's that much, so that's good. Like, fair. So,
But for jurisdiction of like main issues of CR is
somebody tells me I would still never want to play campaign with this dude.
yeah, you probably would not like if you campaign with this guy because he does literally okay literally anything. And he'll know how to deal with it.
Even if it does actually make people
Actually get frustrated. Yeah.
like
He understands what he's needed, but he has to do it because there are so many types of easy players, like the people who are war gamers. It refers to there being a difference. A min-maxer is a person who goes out of their way to make sure their character does maximum everything. A war gamer is a person who plays
to fight literal god.
so literally. The difference between the two is a min-maxer is directly antagonizing the DM and is going out of his way to make it so the DM cannot do anything to him.
And then a war gamer is someone who's just antagonizing everything else just in game.
Yeah. I mean, war gamers specifically strong. Again, it's like pretend like listen. You're a reasonable. You're basically you're actually probably the ideal. His personal ideal is you're a person who's
Except for the fact that sometimes my role plays a little stiff.
yeah. The only problem is you can't role play for shit.
I'm getting better at it.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. I know a number of people. I'm back. Hello. Sorry, I had to do a thing that was kind of important. It was garbage night, and if I didn't do it now, I was going to forget about it. But, everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I just finished a request for Rockbender. He stated that I should draw myself as cheese. And we have this abomination. I don't know what to call this. It bothers me. I'm going to post this on Twitter.
Awful.
But for the most part, if any viewers would like something drawn for you, I'll be more than happy to do so. Simply just type it there. No. I do not. Only got bear. Rockbender. Draw. God damn it, I cannot type today.
Shield your eyes, people.
Actually, they won't be able to see that. Because the capture window only shows this. See, look.
Convenient.
See?
Yeah, convenient.
That is a nice little trick that I did learn, is you can set up specific capture windows to not show stuff. Alrighty then. And then,
You should probably start actually tagging people in your posts.
I don't know his actual
You know his
Twitter
Twitter
feed.
handle.
Yeah, and I don't know if he even has a Twitter handle, so...
Even then, you could probably start just tagging random people to just get people's attention. Not to get weird, but you know that terrible edit of Castaway I did, where I literally tagged Tom Hanks as one of the people. I'm upset that that still didn't get much more than 3 views, and 2 of those were from myself. I'm ashamed of my existence.
Oh, no. Let's reverse that. If anyone's wondering why I make my files the way I do, it's because of college courses, as we recommend to do that for comic book making and stuff like that. So,
So, you're looking for a new prompt?
yeah, I'm thinking of a new prompt, but I'm gonna do like a. I'll be back shortly. I have. I'll be.
Do you have an inkling of any?
I'm thinking of a few ideas, but I think it should be something cursed, like... Maybe I should, like, bring back my melon photo, or...
Try yourself popping out someone's chest, but instead of blood, it's confetti.
Potentially.
What you were about to say?
Either that, or, do kind of what Jobby the Hong did with, one of his artworks for his channel, or for one of his thumbnails for he was using for a week, where it was supposed to be Godzilla screaming. Also, I didn't put this in the rules for chats, but I like to talk about other channels and everything during my streams. So if I bring someone up,
It's because he has nothing better to talk about.
yeah, it's generally because I wanted to talk about that. So,
like, arguably earlier with our very dragon-centric conversation.
yeah, I'm entirely okay with people. I know most other YouTubers are not, or YouTubers, Twitch streamers, and everything are not okay with it because I understand why it's considered rude. Oh shit.
But,
Oh, that hurt. I'm generally cool with it.
You're cool with people just talking about you?
Yeah, I'm cool with people talking about me in other stream chats or other YouTubers, mainly because it basically gives me, like, I like to learn about other channels and everything, because there's either potential for me to learn something from them or discover a new channel that I might like. Like, whenever someone or another channel recommends a dude, I usually go check him out. Like, this is one of Tira Grace's things he does, is in his YouTube videos, he used to recommend a guy called Tomato Gaming. His videos are actually kind of funny. He's actually really nice. And I feel the need to bring them up so other people will probably check them out, because either it's better publicity for people who are arguably more talented or entertaining than I am,
or you can convince people to accidentally get dragged into the Tartarus set as your streams.
Yeah, or
get people to look at good content and be like, hey, check this other guy out.
Yeah, like,
which, I mean,
if I genuinely like a person, I'm gonna praise them for everything they've done, like fucking Markiplier. I haven't watched many of his new videos in almost a while. Like, if I remember correct, I think the last video of his I actually sat down and watched was his Honey Pop videos. Like, the Honey Pop 2 ones. Which he used, like, the first video he says, "This is me taking a risk, don't tell nobody." And I'm like, I want to watch these, simply because I want to see I want to hear the fucked up shit Mark says.
Last video of his I remember watching was one where he was eating international MREs, and the Russian one he was making kind of scared me what it was doing.
Really?
Yeah, because he set something on fire that it shouldn't have, and I think it smelled of ammonia when he opened it up.
Oh.
So, I think he might have accidentally created mustard gas. Wouldn't that be funny?
To be honest, that actually sounds kind of right, because I've actually eaten a Russian MRE before, and it did kind of smell like that. I didn't light anything on fire, it just smelt like that.
I got you. But, yeah.
I will say this, though, Korean MREs are probably the best. They taste really good.
You sound like a backwater hick, but I've only ever eaten an American one. It was kind of shit, but I...
What flavor was it?
Fuck, I think it was like, it was some vegetarian option that they...
Oh, if it's a vegetarian option, they're just god-awful.
Like, I don't remember.
I mean,
what it was.
I can eat them perfectly fine, and I'll be fine eating them, but
so not really.
For anyone wondering, I am not in the military. I've never been in the military. I just have friends.
Hopes to be.
Yeah, I want nothing to do with it. I just have a few friends that are
either in the military,
or
military enthusiasts,
or come from family of devout military people and get access to stupid shit like that all the damn time.
But then again, you also know people who just have eBay that they get access and just buy weird shit off of that, so...
Alright, I'm checking the chat because everyone was asking about my campaign. Last I heard was, alright, need to finish my character.
Tell them if they're looking for a healer, I'm playing a cleric. Let them know about that.
Is playing.
But no, seriously, someone still needs to add me to this chat because.
Yeah.
But that's for another time.
Can I invite you? I don't even know. How do I invite? I don't even know.
Figure that some other time we're streaming.
Yeah.
It'd be rude if we kept obsessing over that right now.
Yeah, but for the most part, I've tried a number of things that probably most people haven't even tried or wouldn't even care to try. Alright.
But you want to know something that is good that was kind of interesting? You're the one who made these, right? It's those Russian cheese pancakes.
Oh, yeah, the...
Siernickies.
Yeah, Siernik.
Yeah. Those are good.
Yeah, those were actually quite fun.
Of course, but...
Yeah.
Even then, they were kind of good.
The Trebrex were pretty fun as well. I think that's how you spell you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Like, those were pretty good.
I mean, it's kind of hard to mess up a dumpling, to be honest. That's what they are.
Well, I mean, mine didn't come out all that well either. I made them too big, or...
Boy, these things are supposed to be the size of like a chalupa, so...
Oh, okay.
They're like about that big. They're like a taco.
Yeah. Both the times I made them, the first time I made them, I kind of burnt them a little bit because I didn't use enough oil. The second time I used enough oil, but...
You made them kind of big, even for that?
Yeah, I made them way, way too fucking big. Like, one I made was enough for, like, 3 people to eat. And I made, like, 12 of the damn things.
Yeah, it's definitely overkill. This is wrong for me to say. You could have probably made, like, 32 regular-sized ones, and people would still be sated.
Yeah. And, they were also not that great. Like, the filling wasn't didn't taste all that great.
What'd you do to it?
I didn't do anything weird. I just did it exactly as Boris did.
Yeah.
There wasn't anything really to note about flavor there. It was mostly...
I think you're also supposed to add things yourself, like spices and shit.
Yeah, I did. I added a few extra spices. Like, I added a bit of extra salt, some pepper.
Dead like garlic powder.
Threw in probably a bit of an excessive amount of onion and garlic powder.
That might have been what killed them for you.
But to be honest, they didn't taste really like much of anything other than
fried pork.
Yeah, just fried pork.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I didn't use pork in them. It was beef. I am actually not the biggest fan of pork sausage or sausage meat like that, or ground pork meat.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of a weirdo when it comes to what kind of meat I like to eat. Like, I can't stand steak, and it's because
he can't eat the gristle.
Like, I have this thing where, like, certain textures actually upset my stomach. So, like, if I bite into straight fat on a really flubbery fat on meat, I immediately start gagging, and if I try to swallow it, I will actually throw up.
Is there anything to say that's kind of weird because every time you've eaten sushi, like, you know how some fish will actually have the texture of fat and you just eat that just fine?
Yeah. It's also partially linked to the flavor, too. Like, I love the taste of raw fish.
Yeah.
Like, almost every sushi I've had, I like the taste of. And the texture doesn't really bother me. Like, yeah, the texture's a little Like,
But then again, I've also had some fish that's like, it feels like you're chewing into fat, but then it gets, like, really rough if you bite into it wrong.
Yeah.
Like, it gets tough and you can't really cut through it with your teeth. So you have to bite down again.
Yeah.
Like, yes. I love having to fight my food.
Also, with bacon, I love bacon, but what most people's idea of bacon is not my idea of bacon. Because I like my bacon crunchy. Almost burnt. Like, I like it where you can feel it and like, you can hear it when you bite into it.
You bite it.
Yeah. but not so overcooked
Diesel?
that it's completely charcoalized.
You see, I like bacon like that too, but I kind of prefer it to where it's a little bit flaccid still.
Yeah,
Because
my wife is the exact opposite of me. She likes bacon actually really chewy, like my dad does.
Yeah.
But me and my mom like it crunchy. I like it way crunchier than my mother does, but I like. But this is also kind of the thing, because some of my friends literally refer to me as a dragon or some kind of lizard, or fire-breathing lizard,
Mhm.
because some foods I actually like to eat partially charred.
I'm just thinking of the fact that
Because I actually, at one point in time, I was actually known to eat charcoal.
I'm just thinking of so I have there's a second cousin from my dad's side of the family. She likes hot dogs that have actually been burnt almost to a crisp.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's
Like,
gross.
really
actually.
funny story from when I was younger. For a little bit of time, I wasn't allowed to use the toaster because I got yelled at by my mom when I was little.
Did you almost set the house on fire with
I
a piece of
didn't
bread?
set anything on fire. I just burnt a piece of toast way more than it should have
It
been.
wasn't smoking.
It was not smoking. It just smelt really bad.
Yeah.
Like, it was over toasted, and she's like, well, you better eat that. And I'm like, yeah, I wanted to eat it that way. And then she realized I had eaten like 3 or 4 of those.
Go to Subway, ask them to toast the bread that much.
I eventually grew out of that because I
Burnt
found out that eating burnt food is actually incredibly unhealthy for you.
carcinogens.
And also, I was always curious as to why I had such a hard time eating things early in the morning. And
It might have been your fault for that.
it was entirely my fault for eating too much MSGs and carcinogens and shit before I went to bed. And so, after I made the rule of I'm not allowed to go to sleep until I wait an hour after I've eaten, and I'm not allowed to eat anything after that long has passed, so I'll basically like wait an hour and brush my teeth, and I'm no longer allowed to eat anything for the rest of the night. And if I get hungry again, it's too early for that, then I won't eat anything and I'll just go to bed.
But yeah,
Unless, of course, it's like fucking 3 in the morning, in which case I'm like, either I'm going to stay up all night or not. It's not going to matter. But make sure it's a small thing, so I'll eat like a fucking Hot Pocket.
yeah.
And like a single one, because I'm kind of a fat fuck where I just gorge myself. But let's see, what would be a good image to draw next? Random viewers, if you guys got something want drawn, please post that. Because I'm thinking, let's see. Trying to think. This is really difficult. This is really fucking hard. I'm curious real quick. Who's this?
What got you all giggly?
What kind of cleric are you playing?
Death Domain, and no, I'm not playing Cleric Artificer. You should also notify Straight Cleric.
I'm curious as to what everyone's going to react with this image I drew.
It's a horrible image. I hate that picture.
It is definitely terrible. Oh.
At least it's a fun kind of terrible.
Yeah, it's fun.
It radiates the energy as you as a person.
Yeah.
But we're not going to give the exact context because that can be a really grim conversation.
Well, I mean, I've already stated at one point I'm a kind of a terrible person.
Yeah, but let's not go into details of why you're a terrible person. You know?
This model is so fucking adorable.
Yeah.
Like, God, this model is adorable as fuck. If only I could have gotten the horns to work and actually look good.
Yeah.
First thing I do if I actually make the money for it is I'm going to go find whoever it is who did Zen's model, and I'm going to ask them if they can, and I'm going to commission them to do a model for me when I've got the money for it.
Alrighty.
Because, God, that model looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
That, and I'm pretty sure they can do some model bone stuff way better than I do. Like, I'd make my own model. It's just, I don't know the first thing about rigging this shit up for face rig and everything. And also, like, my own understanding of, like, bones and model animation is not the best.
In layman's terms, he just grabbed one of those plug-and-play software and just ran with it.
That, too. Like, I am kind of working on my own game, and for the most part of what I've done is I've basically just, like...
You've arguably left all the hard stuff to other people to do.
Actually, no. All the animations were done entirely by me.
Then how
for my
do you
game.
know how to do this?
It's mainly because I took a reach-around way that's probably a lot longer and more tedious to do. Are you familiar with MMD?
Vaguely.
Like, who else... Like, for anyone familiar with the program Miku Miku Dance, that's actually how I learned how to animate models. And at the time when I learned how to do it, it was... You basically position all of the bones to where you want them to be, and you basically position them into the place like you're doing stop motion animation, and then it takes screenshots of that and it'll animate to the points highlighted. And that's basically how I do it. I know there's a better way to do it and everything. Like, there's got to be a better. Like, I am mostly self-taught with that. I haven't actually gone to an actual game design class for animation. So either I'm doing it right and no one has told me, or I'm doing it one of the few ways you can do it, but it's not the best way. But generally speaking, when I'm actually devoting time to working on my game, it's usually relegated to like 4 hours of work and then an hour spent under my desk crying because I stressed myself out too bad. Because I'm just so angry with myself that all I can do is that. Because, to put it as Randy Feltface once said, a depressive bumbelardy. And so I kind of have a hard time with that, although it has gone quite well, and I have a lot of work done for what it's worth. That and having great friends that are willing to help me do that is awesome, and basically I want to find any way I can to pay them back for all the heavy lifting they've done, because, oh good God, Maurice is by far one of my favorite friends at college, because just the amount of programming and heavy lifting he's done with my game, like, good lord. And that man can fucking code.
Alright. Well, we still gotta find something to do.
Alright.
Pick a random theme.
I got an idea. I needed to look up some images from Jobby's channel.
Hmm.
Did I find him on his Twitter, maybe? Need to check if I was actually following him, so... where are they? Where are the notifications? No. There we go. That's not the right button. There it is. That's the button.
Achievement unlocked. Found my followers. The people I'm following, actually.
Yeah. Wait, why am I doing it this way when I could have done this?
Achievement unlocked. Search bar.
There he is.
Oh, man.
I was not expecting this.
Wait.
It gets worse. It gets way worse. Oh god. There was an idea that he had. I can't remember what it looked like off the top of my head, so I was hoping to.
Shit, I don't even watch the content. I should follow him after seeing this shit.
I wish I was. Okay. One of the people I want to do a collaboration with, and I know this is never going to happen.
In fact, I'm actually going to log into my Twitter and actually follow him right now.
I know for sure this is never going to happen, but I want to do a video with him.
Yeah?
I don't even know what, like, maybe a co-drawing stream where we draw some shit for each other. And just have a fucked up conversation. I just want to I want to screw around with this asshole. Oh my god.
Speedrun who can make a model kit quicker. Is there such thing as competitive model making?
Yes, there is.
I'm talking about with a speed category, not a skill category.
Yes, there is.
Is it any interesting to watch? Or
No, it is not.
Is it like watching people just fiddle around with Legos a little bit too hardcore?
It's actually a worse version of watching people do shit with Legos. I cannot find the image.
Huh. I see.
I'm sorry, viewers, if it's just kind of my screen. I was trying to find something because I wanted an idea. There it is. Found it.
Achievement unlocked. You found something that's
Okay, I know what I'm doing.
good. Because aimlessness is not a virtue.
Okay. Okay. So, what am I doing? I should fucking why didn't I not center this? Fuck! Sacred, what is wrong with you? Alright, and the chin's gonna be around there. Then. I'm gonna go with that kind of Yu-Gi-Oh-esque style of eyebrows. Or eyelashes for this one.
Okay.
Wait, no, that's not the right way. Yeah.
Also, after this, you should probably start working on that commission that you told me about earlier.
Oh, that one, I have to do with that person in the call.
Oh, you have to. Oh, lame.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna save the snake commission for when he's available.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I already know the person I actually got paid for that commission's information. He says that he'd like to watch me draw it and everything.
All right.
Mainly because he wants a. He also wants it to be converted into a render for a model. Apparently, I don't know for what reason.
I see.
So
Okay,
I'm going to be working on a thing with him, and he's paying me for it.
I got you. Okay, at least be there to witness you actually doing it then.
Yeah, you'll be able to witness the final project.
Wicked. Because I want to see you do that.
Yeah. This is already becoming probably even worse than the cheese image.
There's no probably about this, Ray. This is rather ghoulish looking. Is that the intent?
Kind of.
Alright.
But, like, on the topic of other creators, I really, really enjoy Jobby's content. I really do.
Yes.
And, like, the reason why I enjoy it is, like, never, like, I used to think that, like, oh, people who do, like, toy reviews are a certain kind of lazy or just kind of an asshole. And are basically flaunting around a certain form of pedigree that shouldn't be. But then he comes along and he does it in this really inappropriate, horrifying fashion, and I'm like, never mind. I wish I could radiate that kind of chaotic bastard. At times, it's great. Like, it's also kind of cathartic to hear someone like rage their ass off at certain kinds of things too. Actually, I'm just gonna. That actually doesn't look right. I'm gonna redraw that eye. So, just watching his videos too. That, and also he introduced me to some shit that I was like, I am very disappointed I didn't know about these until now. Because now there's a fucking figure I wish I could get, but I can't fucking get a hold of one of those damn things. And it's a Sentinel figure.
Yeah.
Mainly because I'm a huge fan of Godzilla, and Andy's got me into Metal Gear. Because I actually kind of enjoy that series, and it's actually a really cool art style. And then I found out about Zone of the Enders and learned that the artist for it was Yoji Shinkawa. I'm sorry. My brain just fucking short-circuited. Holy shit.
You forget the name of the Lord.
No, my brain just is like, I knew the name. It's like, okay, what just happened was my brain full-on went...
At least you didn't say something stupid like Yoshi Shinkawa.
I'm gonna hit, because now I can't stop thinking about it.
Actually, now I'm just thinking Yoshi just drawn in the Zone of the Enders style.
That would actually be really cool.
Shit. We need a petition to get him to work on the next Smash game.
But, like, I really love Yoji Shinkawa's art style, and when I found out that he was responsible for the art design in Final Wars, my favorite Godzilla movie ever, I was just like, oh, this man is the second coming of Christ to me. Effectively.
Probably even better because at least, I don't know. At least people aren't going on crusades over Yoshi Shinkawa.
Yeah, but his art style is just fucking amazing, and there will never come a day where I will stop basically fellatiating that man's ego, because good fucking lord. Good art is just good art, and there is no arguing that fact. It's either you're a good artist or worth talking about, or you're something else.
Or you're the two of us.
Yeah, you're just whatever the hell I am. Not quite good enough to actually be selling or to like seeking people out to be doing commissions, but I get them ever so often, and I've gotten lucky that everyone I've done is very reasonable and willing to communicate.
Mhm.
I'd love to get to the point of time where someone would be like, yeah, I want $100, or I'll pay, or I want to also be at the skill level where I could literally have someone be like, $100 to draw me this furry sucking his own toe beans or something like that. I don't know.
Not to quote a video we already done, but you were willing to draw just about anything.
Yes,
You
I
draw
will.
someone sucking toes.
Yeah, I will draw literally anything if anyone asks for it.
Yeah.
Sup, Xavier? How you doing? But yeah, for the most part, I am not. I'm not shy to draw some horrifying shit. Hell, back in the day, I used to be pretty damn good at it, and then I just
You'd foist that on people you knew and make them look at it.
yeah,
I still get nightmares.
yeah.
As you am I kidding? Nowadays, I kind of appreciate that kind of thing.
Don't you
Yes, I'm.
meh, just I'm in a voice chat if you want to join. You want to hear Xavier's voice too?
Sure.
All right. Oh, this is probably gonna fuck up my audio. One moment. You there? Oh, fuck. How is it like to the... Hello? You there, Xavier? Yeah, okay, that's what's going on. Alright, can you say something now? You hear anything? Oh, God damn it. Alright,
It's cool. You two just have your conversation.
Alright, you cool with that then?
Yeah.
Alright. But, anywho, welcome to the stream, Xavier. How you been? I'm just, drawing some shit. Yeah. So what did you think of that, other image? The cheese one. Yeah, that was supposed to be cheese.
God is dead. God remains dead. We killed him.
Kind of looks like a slice of cake.
Well, then it's a lie.
Oh, God. Oh,
I think James is going to be playing that homebrew class that he made.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I like some of the shit that he's done.
James is going to do because he's like, oh, good, I have a clerk, so that way I don't have to worry about losing my hit points. I'm like, oh no. Did I just enable him? Jeez.
Oh, he's playing the Dark Knight, actually. Yeah, one of the archetypes for the, he's actually playing the strongest version of the Dark Knight. Only because...
I'm assuming that thing also does a lot of damage the more it bleeds.
Yeah, it does a shit ton of self-damage to itself, and then basically does a huge AoE. Does it proc a save? I don't remember if it procs a save.
So it's the same premise, except it's not a group thing, it's just a self thing.
Yeah, he specifically hurts himself a bunch, and then literally anyone he decides that's within range of him gets fucked royally.
I guess that's neat.
Last time I read the thing, at level 20, its level 20 skill is it gets half the HP. If I think it does have a save. I think back then it had a save, or it didn't. I don't remember the
If it
specifics.
does, it probably should.
It did something in particular where if it did either a certain amount of damage or killed something with it, which it was very likely to do,
Yeah.
it would get half of its HP back per thing it killed.
That seems a little broken. But back to whatever you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think now's a good time to kind of start talking about whatever the hell the lore is for my character. And mm, oh, so that wasn't just that wasn't a localized thing. Okay.
Huh?
Chrome had an update recently.
Alrighty. I hate this. Oh, this is.
Oh God.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Okay, so I think it'd be really cool if I had like a live 2D model, but I doubt that it's physically possible to get this kind of degree of expression. Like, if Juniper, I think it was Juniper Atreus? I don't. Let me check. I can check her. Where are you? I don't know how to pronounce your name. You beautiful moth woman. How would you pronounce that? Juniper what? Actius? Actius?
Yeah.
If I could, I would pay if I had the money for it and she was willing, I would love to have her make me a live 2D model, but I don't know if anyone is capable of, or if live 2D or hell, even most 3D models for that matter. Like, I don't know what company it was or rig thing that Snuffy uses for her model, but it's pretty emotive. To get like this degree of fucking emotion where you get faces like this.
Mm-hmm.
Where I just like oh, this face is killing me.
I think it wants to kill you. In fact, that's the energy of the story I'm writing right now. The prologue. You should radiate this kind of energy.
I mean, I'm a very emotive person. Like, I've got a very animated face. Like,
but no, the specific expression of this.
I don't know if anyone's familiar with Action Line Comics. I like their stuff, but the owner of that company actually taught the comic. I actually had him as a teacher in a comic class, and he basically, I was one of his more memorable students of that semester, or at least if I remember correctly, because he gave me a compliment saying that you were a very animated person, that you look like a living comic book, like a living cartoon character.
Funnily enough, given your personality, you could be a comic book character.
Mm-hmm.
We got to put you in a setting where the crazy that can actually come out safely.
Yeah.
which is again why I feel this exact image radiating off of you when I write about you.
Yeah. I also do a lot of like hand flailing, like and
like weirdly enough, this is a very reptilian expression.
Yes, which is actually like on the topic of lore. This is actually a really great segue for that.
Oh dear.
Is on the topic of lore, because I actually really think this is a really cool thing. And I don't know if it's just me copying someone. It might be in some way to some degree. But I think Bao and Zenitria's lore stuff is actually really cool, because Bao is she's supposed to be a whale.
Uh-huh.
And her stuff, I've said this before in this video, that she's based off of, I think, the Bloop, or The Loneliest Whale, is what she specifically wrote. And then all I know, and I haven't watched enough of Zenitria's videos, I probably should educate myself. Because all I know about her is she's a dragon.
And she prefers waffles to pancakes.
She's also a drummer. And she has a pet snom, or has a snom, that has won over 500 games of Russian roulette.
A fucking legend. Dot. Dot, you need to rethink your life. But as you were saying,
That's actually really fucking dark, Xavier.
what did you say?
Okay, so Xavier just said that the guy that gets the bullet is technically the one who won.
I agree wholly.
Okay.
In fact, I'd say the last person standing is always the loser. French roulette is Russian roulette, except you use a guillotine. And you have to knock each other off of a fucking merry-go-round. The first person to fall off is the one who, yeah. Should be fun.
Alright, that's not right.
But anything on your mind?
Huh?
Anything on your mind?
Not exactly. I'm just kind of focusing on drawing this horrifying visage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Thick. Wait, what? That's so good. Is it? Thank you. Hi, Thick. I didn't notice you. Welcome to the stream. I'm currently drawing an image for the benefit of my channel and everything, because I realize that sometimes people have to step away from the camera while still being active. Is okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for the compliment. But for the most part, as soon as I finish this one, I'd be more than happy to take one of your requests, Thick. If you'd like anything drawn. So I should probably do like something like that. Yeah, it's a little better. What you doing?
I'm gonna be a Twitter goblin for a second. So I'd already retweeted your cheesecake.
Oh, you don't have to. Just do your drawing. It's looking awesome already. It's fine. But I mean, I like a viewer engagement. So if you would like something, feel free to ask. I'm entirely cool with that. However, though, if you want something that can't be on stream, that I cannot do.
Then you would probably also charge for some.
Yeah. Although, yep, I'm still here. The way your model turned. Oh, crap. Is my model broken? Oh, fuck.
Also,
Get back here.
Also, I got a request because you did say you would do this for me.
Huh?
So, you still gotta do this for me, and you said you would. So after this, maybe Oscar with a gun.
That is true. That does work. I didn't realize. I didn't realize how broken my model was.
Yeah. That happens a lot, man.
It happens a lot.
I think come to expect it.
I think it might just be an issue of I made the model in viewres and then
again you're using very plug-and-play software and you're taking a lot of shortcuts.
Well, yeah, mainly because I don't want to like have a partial mental breakdown and then all of a sudden run into the risk of all of a sudden. Okay, good. As long as it's funny, and it kind of goes with my character's motive of being some. At the current moment, some kind of homunculus?
We can just say... We can probably just
simple it down for now until we get the specifics out. It's just, you're unstable. Yeah. Because, like I was saying, I really like a lot of the other VTubers, like lore bits and stuff, like Fruits. She's a lich. She doesn't look like a lich. Like, looks like Earth-chan trying to be a succubus. Yeah. Opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Also, just Fruit is probably she's got an adorable voice. Like, to be honest, like I'm pretty. Oh, I wasn't. Ah, okay. That's fair. Alright, I need to check this out. What is this going to be? I'm probably going to regret doing this. Alright, what a... Oh, crap. Is my model broken? Okay, that was kind of funny.
Oh, Nelly.
Okay. I wish I knew how to save that. Ah! That was actually fucking hilarious. Alright, if anything happened in chat, I'm not going to be able to see it. Actually, wait, I can check it over here. Which automatically saved it, I think. Oh, I hope so. I hope so, because I need to clip that. I need to save that. Like, I need to have that on my personal like drive, because I'm eventually... I need to get into video editing and shit. And edit some of the funny, like the things that I think were funny in my video. Because I've got this entire collection of crap. Thank you. Because there's this really funny scene in an older stream where I was effectively doing it in probably the worst way possible, and that was using the PlayStation 4 streaming software. Which I found that a lot of other streamers won't or don't like interacting with, or viewers don't like to interact with. I've heard, because there are no sound notifications at all for it. And so, and it's also kind of unwieldy as well. Which only holds on to streams for a couple of weeks, I think, so the clip should stick around if made, but the VOD itself might already be gone. Well, I don't have to worry about that because I record them simultaneously while streaming them and I post them directly to YouTube. So, I can always retrieve the full stream if I need to. Which is nice, so, yeah. It's up to you if you want to subscribe to that channel. I'm not going to make anyone do that. Mainly because I'm not verified on YouTube and I don't have to do the whole shilling thing, so you're free to go there if you want. Because I'd like to argue that I should earn my shit rather than just, that's way too big. Than just, like, constantly whore myself out for it. She got that nope mouth. Yeah. She got the tongue, though.
Ooh. Got that freak shit going on.
But, yeah, I like, Speaking of fucked up conversations, what is everyone's stance on Monster Girls? Well, the reason... Give you 3 months and you'll have an OnlyFans.
Yeah, possibly.
That's a high likelihood. My wife has said some things about that she's not opposed to it, and I was just like, I don't think I could do it. My wife is a very... No. Rockbender posted a message saying, give you 3 months and you'll have an OnlyFans, and I was like, yeah, probably, and he's also like, yeah, that's a high likelihood of that too, and I'm just like, to be honest, my wife has said she's okay with it, and I'm just like, Fair enough. Like, I eventually will need to set up, like, I probably should set up a Patreon, but due to me being kind of a self-loathing asshole, I just kind of stay away from it, and, like, as of the current moment, the only thing I've got access to is the, that doesn't look right. Yeah. Yeah, like, I've got my PayPal, and that's basically it. Like, all linked up and shit, so someone could donate if they wanted to. Yeah, that I do have that linked to my site, and I think that's good enough. But yeah, if you want to see some of the shit that I follow, or the stuff I draw, that's probably the place to go. You want to see the good shit, though, you gotta go to my DeviantArt. I have to say that. Stuff I can't say here.
Hey, Ray, how do you spell your Twitch channel name?
Ray the Panda God. It's... what tab is it? If you wanted to know, it's right over here. It's literally just Ray the Panda God, no spaces.
Alright.
Yeah. There you go, Andy, if you wanted to do anything with that.
Thank you.
But, like, you willingly ask me, I'll answer.
Alright, so... First up.
Every time that goes off, it scares the shit out of me. God. Okay, so this is going to be a thing I know for sure it's going to happen if I get lucky. And I just sit here and I'm completely appalled that people do this shit. Like I like watching Tear of Grace. Like, I really like watching Tear of Grace. He's an awesome dude. The dude just
also,
amazing.
What's James's,
James is Project Hellfire.
Is project spelled the way it's supposed to be spelled?
Yes, I think so. So...
And then I'm assuming his is a fiery pentagram image?
Yes.
Alright.
Last thing he streamed should have been a D&D stream last I checked.
Okay.
Right. I should add the horns that I wanted to put on this character, even though my character doesn't. I had a wonderful idea. I know. Okay. Rockbender. Nice. Just saw a meme which has a yes or no question box with a question. Have you ever been in an accident that resulted in your death? And under it is a picture of Subaru from ReZero freaking out. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much every isekai character ever. Like, I'm pretty sure that you could... Hell. You could replace Kumiko from Spider So What, and it still makes sense. Which, on the topic of anime, I've been enjoying the hell out of I'm a Spider, So What. It's so good. And ironically, I actually got into a fight with someone recently about that. Like, in the span of, the past few days, when I went outside and someone asked about it. But, I got into a fight with somebody over I'm a Spider, So What's, CG. And they're like, ugh, I can't stand anime with a shit ton of CG in it. Every time one introduces it, I just drop it immediately. And I'm like, you're missing out then, because there's some series that are actually really good, and the CG's fine. And he's like, how can you watch that atrocious shit? And they'll be like, you must have watched Berserk 2016 and enjoyed it. And I'm like, yeah, I did. It wasn't that bad. It was a dumpster fire, but at least it could be somewhat enjoyable. They tried. Yeah. Also, they kind of fucked up the story in Berserk 2016, so the story was still kind of shite. You know what Siren... Yes, I know what Siren Head is. As far as I know, it's basic... As far as I know, it's basically the current generation of Slender Man. Mm. They can. They should be able to, actually. Oh, they can.
Who can't what?
Right. Now they should be able to hear you. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had that volume down. I'm actually going to make him a little louder. That should be better. This is why you need Discord. I have Discord. It's just the problem is I don't think I have it set up to show up on my thing correctly. So, like, I'm using OBS to record, and I'm just actually kind of a raging dumbass when it comes to this shit. Yeah. But I kind of like, yeah. I meant so I could just dump this stuff in the shitposting channel. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I'll have one set up. Actually, I'm pretty sure I have one for that. A channel that I could use for that. I do. It's got 3 people in it.
What?
It's kind of, it would probably be a bit of a slap. Yeah, oh.
Did someone already make your Discord?
No, I made this Discord a long time ago. I just found out.
Why is Anthony in there?
I don't know.
Why am I not in there?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, sure, you invite Anthony, but not me.
Yes.
I see how it is. You fucking bitch. I'm offended. Ooh.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be sure to do that before the end, like, at some point soon. I don't know how to do it at the moment because I'm fucking stupid. I have the mental capacity of a gecko with Alzheimer's. I'm definitely a few figs short of a fruitcake. That's an Avatar reference, by the way. Like Avatar: The Last Airbender, not the other one with the blue dudes. There's a third little fucking hook in there. Yay! Blue Man Group Avatar. Yeah, James Cameron. That was what it was. It was the James Cameron Avatar.
Hey Ray, give me a random string. Give me a random sentence I should type.
Xavier says banana phone.
Okay.
Oh god, this is going horribly.
Oh,
No, but Bear is.
Alright, now that's my Twitch bio.
Wait, oh, you were just going with your Twitch bio. You should have just said, an eldritch plant that does stuff. Falls around a homunculus.
Eh.
Or that, for that matter. I think that's how that would, yeah. That'd be a... no, that wouldn't be there. But anywho, the genius idea I had was for an inhuman body part. And the idea was I should give myself floppy ears. But not just any floppy ears, but like base them off of like Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. Wait, no. They should stick up when I'm angry. Like, okay, so Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon has these weird, like, floppy horn ears. Kind of, yeah. Like, I can't tell if they're ears or his horns. Probably. It could go back to, like, yeah, could go back like dog ears when mad. I'm gonna have to tilt that. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, because I'm trying to go for, like, I want the character to look somewhat adorable, but have, like, some minor appearances that just look fucking, just, good lord, what the hell is that? Ah. Like, to be honest, it's probably going to end up as, like, some kind of weird dog girl looking motherfucker, but I mean, my entire joke is a homunculus, so I could just make the MO of some alchemist saw Full Metal Alchemist and tried to recreate it. Yeah, cute creepypasta. By the way, did I mention I'm kind of a fucked up person and I really like those Nina memes? That probably just did a number. Oh shit.
Brother Edward.
Okay, things are happening. Wonder if today is the day I make affiliate.
Today's the day.
Yeah, I doubt that. Just all of a sudden. Some nasty pipe dream comes to fruition. Project Melody is rating your stream. What? Ah! I just fucking lose my shit. I'm like, I was not prepared for this! Ah! I'm enjoying myself a little too much, aren't I?
Slightly. But at least you're having fun, so...
Oh, it's super jiggly. Oh, it's jiggly.
Oh, fun.
Why is it jiggling so much?
Because jiggling is fun, right?
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna up the smoothing a little bit. Okay. And then...
So, yes, that works. Great.
Or can I buy carrots? I mean, you can buy them at the supermarket.
You can buy them at a farmer's market.
God, man, now I want some homemade lemon... God damn it! Now I want some fucking homemade cheese curd, or not cheese curd, lemon curd.
I just want some homemade pepper jelly.
Hey, should I give this thing a tail, Andy?
Yeah, sure.
Genshin. Huh. What about Genshin? Oh, if you're looking for where you can find carrots in Genshin, you can literally talk to food vendors or just find them out in the wild. They're pretty easy to find. Also, player tip from me, if you're having trouble with healing, hoard all of the potatoes, jam, and pine cones you can find. Yes, do that. Get Razor, make Razor make all of your... They should be able to say something. Crap. Okay, audio input capture, PC audio. Barbados
Hey,
Ratatouille.
I'm gonna have to run home. I'll be right back.
Oh.
There's something I gotta do.
What do you got?
I'm trying to re-verify one of my Google accounts, and I forgot how to log into that one as well.
Okay, that's fair.
Give me a
alright.
quick second. I
Oh,
hate
shit.
to manage all of the passwords I got, so...
Yeah, I'm having some audio issues real quick, so fucking...
Well, I'll figure that out while I'm gone. I'll be right back.
Alright, is it working now?
Because I'm trying to glue
Hello,
my...
hello, hello.
There it is. You're back.
Alright, cool. Well,
I just didn't... Reduce stamina consumption for gliding and running for... Yeah, those are pretty useful.
So yeah, I can be heard. I'm just kind of quiet comparatively.
Actually, no, the problem is the audio channel wasn't set right. Because I remember that I had a bit of an issue with echoing at one point with gameplay audio, and the reason why is because the computer was reading my audio twice. And I think I just got that fixed. So we should be good now. But yeah, sorry, Rockbender, you probably haven't heard anything Xavier was saying.
They have not.
This chaotic fool. Granted, I'm probably the dumber one.
You can be chaotic and smart, and be a fool and still be smart. You can be a dumbass and still be smart. It's all a matter of what you're smart with. Because being a genius is not just an intelligence thing.
That is fair. Also, praise be Baki the tree, he who has therapeutic stuff.
What?
Praise be you, who is very therapeutic.
Okay. You said that in a really weird way. Saying that I have therapeutic stuff makes it sound like I'm a drug dealer or something.
I want some Coke Toast.
Okay. I don't have any.
I know, I'm just being funny. I was referencing a DBZ a joke.
Well, I'm bored and trying to figure out what I want to do now. So I guess I'll keep working on my random ideas for the stream D&D campaign.
Yeah. What is your current ideas at the moment?
So the one that I was planning on doing was, whoa, I accidentally hit the cord on my fucking headset. You can hear me still, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. Alright, so my original idea was to be a warforged artificer, specifically armor artificer. But rather than be a robot, I was wanting to be a golem
Hmm.
who, instead of making armor out of metal, is more so like growing crystals out of his body and has like a crystal core, which is his quote unquote heart.
Hmm.
Yeah. That was the original idea, but now I'm looking at other stuff and ping ponging ideas around in my brain.
Yeah, doing stuff in your brain hole.
I haven't looked through the Final Fantasy Compendium in ages, so I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, have they updated it all by chance?
I'm going to have to check. But they seem to update it like about once a month. Alright, I'm gonna have to download this and see if it's the same version or not. Because it's really just the best way for me to do it.
Hmm.
Because it's so fucking massive, the Google Drive won't let me just look at it.
Ah. Ah! Wrong layer! Ah! Stop trying! Why? You're on the wrong layer. Ah! Nah, that's not gonna work.
Rolling all the way to the bottom.
Alright. And...
So the last update was in February, so we have the latest edition of it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and it's every couple of months typically when they do it. It's pretty cool though that this is something that someone's working on for a long ass time, trying to make all the Final Fantasy 14 stuff into D&D. That's a bitch and a half because that's a lot of content. And it's fucking MMORPG. So there's loads of stuff in it, and balancing and all sorts of wild things that may or may not translate to D&D well.
That's not right. Mm.
Oh yeah, apparently Final Fantasy 14 has a near event going on.
Yeah. I'd be all for the Final Fantasy MMO if it weren't for the fact that it's pay to play.
It's basically just WoW 2.
Yeah.
So
My dumbass fought a level 36 anima hypostasis when my party was level 20 last night. What game are we talking about? We're talking about Final Fantasy 14, the MMO one, and that there's a 5th edition compendium or homebrew compendium for it.
covers all the classes and races and stuff, and it's being worked on pretty much constantly.
Yeah. For the most part,
Things are being tweaked and retweaked. Sometimes things get retconned and completely rebuilt from the ground up. It's in a constant state of change.
yeah. Check out lasers and liches. I haven't the slightest idea what that is, but it sounds cool.
It's two things you really like: lasers and liches. But man, that image that I shared in the games chat though, like that made my brain basically go supernova with, what if I try and make this as a character? How could I do this?
Oh, is that
And
this weird
granted,
Wendigo looking thing?
I mean, it's not like that thing specifically. It's more so just like reading through it. It made a thing pop in my head, and I'm like, wait a minute, because there was a very very specific 2 words that caught my attention, which was flesh smithing.
I actually really like that idea, and it would work very well for my campaign that I'm working on.
I like the idea of, you basically have this big old forge where you pretty much just smelt corpses into more usable flesh to make big old abominations or whatever. Now that's really cool. So I'm trying to think if there is a way for me to possibly make that concept into a character statistically.
That actually
Bet
works.
I can.
That actually fits really well. So, because we already have a Grave Domain cleric, and he's already that character for the most part is already in on the whole building of a thing, or of building a homunculus and everything.
Yeah, the hardest part is figuring out how can I do this.
Because like that'd be really cool. Like if you plan on playing an artificer, that'd actually work out really well for that.
I'm gonna be looking through all of the different things that I can find and see what I think fits best. Artificer is of course the first idea, probably more specifically the battlesmith, because the whole thing is they make a pet that's a robot. So, I mean, that could be fairly easily reflavored. And of course,
Yeah,
I
but
use smith tools too, so that would be, you know, 2/3 of the thing already done. I just need to look at their specifics. Let's see.
but for the most part, the campaign I'm working on is going to kind of revolve around tracking some creature down.
Okay. By the way, so since you said you're either going to start it this week or next week, you should give the entire party some sort of like preface, some base idea of what we're currently doing and where we are. That
Yeah,
way people can rearrange their personal lore and shit to fit. And you want to do that like at least a week before you actually start.
yeah. I'm also going to need to know exactly what your class is and everything, so I can make sure the balancing of the campaigns is at least fair.
You're also gonna have to make sure you read through all of the classes again too,
Yeah.
so that you're accurate in your
Yeah.
understanding
That's
of
what
the
I'm
entire
saying.
world. Because you were completely off on the Dark Knight. Oof.
Yeah. Well, it's been a while, and I was going off of memory. Those
See what
eyes look
you're
really.
saying.
Ugh. These eyes are terrible. I don't want to keep that. Let's try that again. Right. Hmm. Hmm.
If I do end up being a man who smiths flesh or whatever, my magic item is probably gonna be a flame tongue, but instead of a sword, it's gonna be like a maul or something.
That works.
If I go with that, I'm not 100% on it yet. But at the current moment, Artificer seems like the most likely class I'll be playing, no matter what I'm doing.
Yeah, and that also fit very thematically as well. Ugh. Shit, my back is all, my spine is all crackly.
Oh yeah, what was the Artificer spell list? Because that's an important thing for me to know. Because I have to have access to like a decent amount of necromancy spells.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, their selection of that is not the best, and you're probably going to want either cleric, druid, or wizard for that.
Druids don't really get a whole lot of good necromancies, so wizard would be the best one.
Yeah.
Warlock is another option too, which is probably the better option. Thinking about it,
Yeah.
because if I get packed to the blade, then I could bind my, fling tongue warhammer or whatever, and have that be, like my magical weapon for smithing people's skin into monsters.
Granted, if you do play a warlock, I have a nice little idea for you to play around with. If you want to take a chance at trying to do your own homebrew of a warlock archetype.
Not entirely sure what you are meaning by that. You would have to explain.
The warlock is actually the patron in the relationship, where they spawn, they cause a eldritch creature that's either infernal, fey, or something else, or maybe something of a completely different persuasion that is actually the patron to them.
and their spells are entirely based around that.
So basically, what you're saying is they enslave a creature and steal its powers.
Technically, but not so much like a theft part.
I mean, that's more or less what that sounded like.
Yeah. It was more so supposed to be like a thing of you accidentally created some weird creature, and you have these weird, unnatural powers because of it.
I mean, the great thing about warlocks is that you get your powers from technically anything. So, like, it wouldn't change the patrons or whatever. It just changes the method from which you got the powers.
Yeah.
I mean, an awful lot of things, how they get their magic and whatnot is just because of being around something. Like fucking sorcerers.
Alright.
Man, that's got to be like the worst thing ever. If like your entire family line is sorcerers and you're the only one born without magical talent.
That's literally an entire character in Harry Potter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, you remember the weird, creepy old man with the cat?
Yeah.
That guy was a squib. And for anyone who doesn't know what a squib is, it's a derogatory term in Harry Potter for a person of magical descent born without powers. And it's like
No
the
wonder
worst.
Why he's always so cranky.
Yeah, he's actually got an entirely justifiable reason for being as pissed off as he is. Or he's portrayed, because being a squib is like the worst thing ever in Harry Potter. Because you're effectively one. Like, if I remember correctly from when I read the books, as like, being a squib is absolutely terrible, because you're actually deemed too dangerous to be allowed to go to normal society, because you could potentially have a kid that is magical.
Yeah, it's a more or less that you don't belong in either world, but they can't allow you in the other.
Yeah, so they can't, like, erase your memory. Like, in fucking America, like, if you actually read the novelization of the movie or the screenplay or whatever, there's actually a little lore dump in that particular thing for Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, where you learn that squibs are murdered. Like, they're full on just, like, aborted the moment you find out that they're going to be one. And it's like the worst thing ever for them, because they'll never actually make a full recovery there. But in like England or wherever the hell Hogwarts is, being a squib is absolutely terrible, because the moment it's discovered, you're effectively somebody's house slave. Like, you're literally on the same level as a house elf, with ever so slightly more benefits, but also way worse off, because you basically are relegated to literally the most mundane tasks ever that are probably incredibly dangerous, because you can't even do janitorial, because you can just enchant the brooms and shit to do that shit for you. So, like, good lord. Like, people say, oh, the Harry Potter world would be so awesome to live in. God forbid you actually are of a descent of no magic. You are screwed.
It's certainly interesting, but I don't know if it would be very good to live in. Especially considering how, in the lore, wizards die all the fucking time.
Yeah. Like, it's actually kind of...
The only time you're safe is when you're in, like, an academy. And even then, students still drop, like, every now and then.
Yeah. By the way, you want to know something even funnier? Hogwarts is the most prestigious magic academy in the franchise, because all the teachers there are well known for insane magical feats. However, that school actually has the highest mortality rate compared to the other academies.
It is legitimately the least safe place to be.
Yeah. And I find that absolutely hilarious. Like, you go there if you want to be... That's literally the school you want to go to or your family wants to send you to.
It's where you
If they
go
want you to be...
if you want to either, it's pretty much.
It's literally you want to be a celebrity.
Burn twice as bright for half as long type of deal.
Yeah. It's literally you want to be a celebrity.
Sorry. Nice.
Do you need some headphones?
No.
How screwed is my model at the current moment? Oh, we're good. I'm just kind of looking off up to the side over here like, huh.
Fascinating.
Oh, that's a little upsetting.
What?
The base hair on my model is actually a different color than the rest of my hair. It's like this weird kind of like grayish white color. Like frosted gray. As opposed to the matte black that is supposed to be my hair that looks almost metallic.
Yeah, that was a thing that I had stated before. And you were like, oh no, that's shine. It's definitely going to look different. And then it's the exact same.
Yeah, I think what I need to do is I need to go into the actual texture I made there and add some like darker highlights. Or make some darkened spots, I think.
Yeah, you just need to make it darker. That's about it.
And then do something about like whatever the hell that hairline is in the back of my head.
Yeah, it keeps like folding at a very specific point, roughly where your neck is.
Yeah, it's because all the hair is I set all the hair to literally sit on the top of my head so it flows naturally and it doesn't freak the fuck out. Because like that is something I do know a little bit about 3D modeling is when making hair you want it to come out of one specific area or have the exact same origin point no matter where it is.
Yeah.
Because when you're working in not quite individual hair strands but multiple like brush meshes and the like, you want them to be okay, so Ian is apparently playing a wizard.
Alright.
But generally
we have an arcane archer, a blade singer, a dark knight of I forget what the specific archetype was called, and then whatever I'm gonna be, and Andy's grave cleric. Epic. Man, multi-classing is cool and all, but I'm not sure if I want to multi-class.
yeah.
So when I was gone, did I miss anything?
Not really. Just I started talking about
Harry Potter.
Can I just play a commoner just to following the party to the ends of the earth after they get trampled by their garden, or after they trampled his garden? I don't know about that at the current moment.
Do it just as I would just play with the commoner stat block, nothing else. And the entire point of the campaign is to keep them alive.
Well, I mean, the problem is
they will die.
They will most certainly die, like a very horrible death, if not by
just pure accident, possibly the players getting frustrated and killing them themselves.
Yeah. I mean, for the reason why I'm kind of like opposed to letting a random viewer join in is because I'm not used to DMing and I don't want to accidentally
mislead anyone.
Yeah, not gonna lie, he's not a great DM, so he
yeah,
like futzes around and just goes by rule of cool, which typically ends up either things are way too easy, or annoyingly long, or people just straight up die because he overestimated one side or the other.
Yeah, I'm not a good DM. And I'm basically doing this simply because I think it should be, it might work if I have, because one of the gimmicks I'm probably going to do is...
grow your popularity and possibly start a thing that'll continue going on. Plus, you can also get advice from more people than just your players.
Yeah, making a joke. Sorry. It's
really hard to tell humor when it's only seen in text format. Sarcasm is really difficult to detect.
And I'm also kind of a dumbass, so I probably wouldn't catch on and assume I made somebody angry.
Often he says it, it must be true.
Yeah. Okay, I rotate that way. But what you doing there?
Trying to get your cat out of the...
Sure.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna get a bunch of freaking out of my model because Andy's now sitting in the camera's view range.
Well, can you blame me? I want to be able to be picked up as well.
Yeah, that's true. Ah, god damn it.
Just tears your model asunder. They can't decide which of you to follow.
Ironically enough, I've never had anything that shit, I can't remember what that VTuber was called. All I know is that if I remember correctly, the VTuber's character was drawn by Merryweather. Amazing artist, go check him out. He's awesome.
Merryweatherly.
Yeah. That's what I said.
You said Merryweather.
Shit.
Lee is a part of it. Yeah.
Okay, Merryweatherly, go check him out. He's an awesome artist. He does some good shit. Some of his characters are giga thick. So if that's a carte blanche to check him out, go do that. That, and also, if I remember correctly, he's one of the artists for a really good comic that's actually pretty interesting.
What's the comic?
It's called Crawling Dreams, I believe is what it was called. The channel that I'm familiar with has been posting that's called Osimi, but to my knowledge, I think those two work together. But don't quote me on that. I might be misconstruing things or something like that, or giving misinformation.
Most likely. You tend to misinform a lot.
Yeah, it's mainly because I go looking for a certain thing, and generally when I can't find the answers I'm looking for,
super hard, and then you don't even remember the stuff correctly because you just kind of saw what you wanted to see for the most part.
Not always.
That's why I said for the most part.
What do you say specifically?
Sometimes I tunnel vision a little too hard on what I'm looking for, and sometimes I see only what I want to see. I don't do it that often.
You do it often enough.
It's about half the time.
Alright. But anywho, any interesting insights for you, Andy?
I got nothing.
So you're just kind of sitting there then?
Yeah, I'm just existing.
Alright.
Like, that's all I'm ever really good for, to be honest. Because
Alright, I got a weird question. Where's the worst place to put a mouth on something?
where's the worst place?
Without making it dirty.
I would have to say in the armpit.
I mean, I was kind of thinking on a person's knee because I remember this anime where there's this character that had a knee, had a fish head growing out of their knee. It
Okay.
was really weird.
Alright.
I don't remember what it was called. I only watched like 4 or 5 episodes, so God only knows what the hell was even going on. All I remember was that person was cursed by a water spirit.
Haven't we all been there, though?
Which, oddly enough, reminds me of another really good anime I watched a long time ago that's really, really fucking good, called Moribito, which is actually a story about some traveling spearwoman who is tasked by a royal family to take care of a prince because he had been cursed or possessed by a water spirit. And what was actually the case is a water spirit just laid its egg inside of him. And he needed to get to a very specific place in time for the passing of a type of herring or stork to deliver the egg back to the ocean. And there are these weird-looking squid monsters that were in that eat the eggs and everything, and the carrier of the egg. Bottom of the foot. Yeah, that's a pretty bad place for a mouth. But in this anime, it was kind of it was a little weird, but it was actually a really good story. A lot of really good character development.
Did it make you feel?
Yeah, it's a pretty feels. It's actually a happy story for the most part. So no like bad feels, and it's kind of actiony, so it's really good. I would recommend it.
What was it called?
Moribito. It used to be on Netflix for a while.
You think it might be on Crunchyroll?
I doubt it.
Is it an older series or something?
Yeah, it's an older one.
Oh. Shame.
Like, I first watched it when, trying to think, I watched it when I was in the 5th grade. And then I rewatched it, like, a year and a half ago.
Oh, yeah, so...
It's definitely an older one.
Like,
But-
was it old when you first started watching it?
No, it actually looked pretty good for what it was.
So it was contemporary then, is what you're saying.
Yeah. It's,
Alright.
I would actually say that its animation does certainly hold up for today. By today's standards of anime.
Alright.
Generally because there's like a little bit of a issue sometimes. Like some of the more recent anime have not looked as good as they could. And that's kind of like an annoying thing.
It's hard for me to say... A lot of things are just starting to feel like they're stagnating.
That's always the case.
But, like, everything's starting to feel the same to me, to be honest.
That's just life.
Yo.
It's life, but it's not okay, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's not pleasant.
I mean, for the most part, like, if you really want to, if you look hard enough, you can find an anime that's worth watching. Like, there's a lot of it. Hell, there's a shit ton of older stuff that people just kind of forgot about. Like, for example, if you can handle some of the, like, the archaic anime that are out there, like Guyver the Animated Series, I have a hard time watching this because its animation is so dated that it's actually painful to look at. And this is an early like action series. Like there were a few action scenes where it was literally a still frame with effectively a rudimentary entry level video, like Photoshop video editing job being done. Kind of animation.
It makes me look like I can get into the field.
Yes.
So like two people were
Good to
climbing
know.
swords, and it would just
Shit,
be
I kind of
one
wish I was a
scene
Japanese
with
man.
dialogue
How
going over
what
it,
was
and
this
then the
exactly?
occasional like spark. or
Pretty
whatever
much, yeah.
I wish
And-
I was a Japanese man of the 80s now.
Yeah, but it's actually a really good anime. So, like, if you're looking for like dark stuff, like a really dark kind of or like anime series or manga series, Guyver's actually pretty cool. Also, if you're looking for a Power Ranger styled theme, you'll also be a fan of this. Yeah, the Guyver series is actually a Super Sentai.
I see.
And I didn't say the other word, I said Sentai.
They could clearly hear the S, Ray.
I know.
Don't draw attention to things that ain't there.
Well, the reason being is I had to explain that to someone at one point, and they were completely unaware that there were multiple words that were similar to that. And they were completely unaware of the tokusatsu genre, and that a very specific subgenre of tokusatsu is Super Sentai, which are basically Power Rangers. But things like Ultraman, Gridman, Zone Fighter, the Power Rangers, the Japanese Spider-Man TV series, all Super Sentai. It's awesome. Also, if you're looking for some stupid shit, what's your question, Rockbender?
Is there a war in Bossing Say, by the way?
I'm gonna punch you. I was waiting for you to do it. Because I knew someone was gonna say it. God damn it. But yeah, what's your question, Rockbender? Why are people so focused on getting the attention of pies of sin?
Who? Or what?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What is it? There are pies of sin?
Elaborate.
Yeah, it's called coconut cream. So delicious, you feel like you're going to hell every time you eat it.
I'm a little taken off guard by this thing.
It's not that confusing.
I mean,
I'm gonna look this up for you just so that way you can have your closure. Is it spelled just pies, like regular?
they're always going, no, oh, notice me, senpai.
So senpai is a term used for
oh.
people who are your upper
Oh.
class in school.
I get it now. I was just, Rockbender, you are a comedic genius.
Oh, I wish I actually
could be
knew you.
legitimately asking.
I don't know if you were joking, but yeah, I kind of understand that. Like, my thing is, I like to be well known among people I know. I'm just weird like that. I think I probably live a little bit off the attention. It's probably a bad thing. Who knows?
You want to be some form of relevant.
Yeah. Like, I want to be able to, like, at the very least, create something that people will remember to some degree. Like, whether it be my...
matter to somebody.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Like, whether it be, like, a comic or my game, that's my particular thing, is I just want it for the sake of being able to do it, because I've seen all these people do it, so why can't I? Like, if they could do it, surely I could, too.
I mean, you could, if you would only show them your motivation.
Stay back, child. It's past your bedtime.
You might assume I'm one of your own kind, but I'm not. I'm a loser. Wait. Crap, did I just compliment you at the same time as insulting myself? This didn't work out as planned. Ugh.
I mean, that's typically how most of your things do. You just kind of, like, insult yourself, and you're like, wait, no, that's not. Damn it. Oh yeah, Andy can't hear me, can he?
He can... Not really.
Huh?
He can't really hear you because I got my headphones in and I don't want to...
He doesn't know how to fix it.
I can't... I actually know what the problem is there. It's I have to set the audio through my TV. But...
He's not gonna.
I'm not going to because that'll actually bring back the echoing problem. Because I'll actually get a feed from my TV to my microphone and back and forth.
So yeah, I'll just remain out of the loop.
I won't hear it on my side, but I'll try to, like, explain to the best of my ability.
If
I
Xavier
mean, he
needs
could
something
just
and he
connect
needs
to
me to hear
Discord
it, be
on
sure to like
another
relay it to me,
device
please.
and have a headset in.
Alright.
Yo, you could connect to Discord though.
I'm not
Yeah,
a
and
part
then
of
if you
that
have a
server,
headset, you
Ray.
can just listen to what I'm
Oh,
saying.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's not a part of that server.
And I don't know why I'm not. Who made that server? Because I need to give them a start talking to.
I think it was me at one point, but I don't remember if this is a server I gave the admin privileges to Ian or if they were left as is.
I'm pretty sure
Either
that we
way,
can just invite anybody,
rude.
so we could just invite him.
Yeah, if you could invite him, Xavier, that'd be wonderful.
I don't know what his Discord is.
Could you like put
Never
your Discord?
really on. We're probably friends. Just what was your name?
Yeah.
So Xavier needs me to send him my Discord thing?
Yeah. What was your thing called?
Copy. 1 second.
Wasn't it like Sherilyn or something?
Yeah, that was the thing for that chat. I still need to fix that. 1 second.
Oh yeah, Sikad.
It's pronounced Sukad. Thank you.
Oh.
Why is that there?
Was what there?
Nothing.
If you're wondering why that Mario video was sent to Xavier, it's because I actually legitimately thought that video was funny. Because it's literally it's literally two grown ass men
Sucking ass at a children's game.
Yeah, sucking ass at a fucking children's game. Like you don't even have to try to make that funny. Like it's just failure enough of us just being complete dumbasses. Good enough. I do need to play that game again. I should probably also do a stream of Super Mario 64. Because people apparently really like that content.
It's a pretty goofy game.
Yeah, and I can make it even more hilarious because I've actually never played that game to completion. Ever. Like, I've only played... Uh-oh.
Plug in a headset.
Righto.
Yo.
1 second.
Since I can hear you through Ray's thing, you should probably like mute.
That's what he's trying to do.
Oh yes, the peanut butter baby strikes again.
I could probably help this on my side too. Hey, James.
God, that's...
You could mute me if you want. Alright, that should solve the problem. Okay, cool. We don't have to deal with that now. So, James, what do you think of this face? How's the stream going? Pretty well. I'm having fun. What do you think of this face? Oh, this face is terrible.
Kind of got me acting up, though.
It was like, oh my god. What do you think about the cheese image too? You should check the Discord for that one.
I will be right back.
saw it already. What did you think? Kill it with fire.
Right, just let you know, God is dead, God remains dead, and we killed him.
I killed him.
Everyone involved in this killed him. They killed him for his lactose intolerance. I don't know how I survived the whole affair, but hey.
Painful death for the lactose intolerant. Really great Millie song, by the way, for those who were wondering what the hell I'm talking about. Or we're talking about.
How much is a painful death for everyone involved? Or is that too black metal for everyone right now?
Probably.
Damn.
Oh, God.
Also, hey Ray, unrelated question, but how many of those? Do you have a spare HDMI cord I could borrow? Because I only have one for.
Yes, there should be another. There should be an HDMI cord in that drawer over there.
Oh, jeez. Because I know I'm letting you borrow one of mine, so I'm trying to do a little bit of thinking here because I also need to get into recording again. So.
That's fair. That's entirely fair.
Yeah. So you said in here?
Yeah.
Oh,
It should be in that drawer. If it's not, it's probably over here. So I could probably give your gray HDMI back
Wicked.
after we're done here.
Assuming this one's not busted.
Yeah, it shouldn't be because when I saw it, it was in complete working order.
Nice.
So I guess we'll have to check that here in a bit. Cool, that's cool if your character's going to be done soon, James.
Yeah, I'll just figure that out when you're done streaming this out and make a bunch of background noise.
It's cool.
But yeah, I might start recording Fallout when I get home. Should be fun. So if you hear, if I just randomly text you an alignment chart and ask for your favorite alignment, you'll know what that's for.
Well, if you're wondering what my preferred alignment is, it's lawful chaotic.
I'm trying to think of a storyline that's lawful chaotic. There's four
Just happy to have a healer so I don't die session 1.
Oh no, I'm going to be very stingy with it.
Also, I make no promises of whether or not a healer is actually going to matter, because there is a high likelihood you might die to a trap before an actual combat encounter even occurs.
It's cool. It's cool, I believe, that this power level death's going to be of very little consequence, to be real.
Yeah. Because what did I say the starting level was? It was like
10.
level 10. Yeah,
It was
10.
level 10, my guy. Which means I believe at least someone should have reincarnate, if I don't. Wait, can clerics even learn that? Let me check. Clerics should definitely have reincarnate.
Especially a death domain cleric. Rockbender says true neutral is fun. Trying to balance that is interesting to manage.
True neutral for a Fallout playthrough. Ah, no. Ah, that's gonna be hard to do. I like your thinking. You goofy bastard. God.
Ah, fuck.
You good, man?
Yeah, I just biffed a line.
Oh, well now.
I'm still having a bit of growing pains of getting used to rotating the image manually rather than actually rotating the tablet. Even though I could do it, it's probably bad for the cord connections to do it with the actual tablet. Oh, he said I mentioned D&D, but whatever floats your boat.
Oh. Well, I mean, I was specifically asking you for an alignment for a Fallout build.
Let's see. Okay, you know what I kind of want to talk about? And now that I've got a couple of people here to hear this, but what would a... Okay, who all here is familiar with Neo? Other than me and Xavier and Andy. Or, better yet, what does everyone think about a Japanese-themed Skyrim?
I'm all for that shit. I swear, if someone already has an answer for a game that's already like that, I'm gonna scream, and also probably come. What?
Neo, yeah. It's a game I've been playing a little bit, or that I've had for a while. It's probably the only game that has ever driven me to actually rage quit before. Like, legitimately rage quit. That, and I shouted... Not necessarily Ghost of Tsushima, I have that. What I mean is, like, legitimately just, like, Skyrim style, like, Bethesda's Skyrim open, like, first-person open-world style game. But it's Japanese. Because Ghost of Tsushima is kind of like Ninja Samurai Simulator.
A slightly more hardcore Assassin's Creed, if you would.
Yeah, that's arguably way more fun to play. I beat base Neo and did much of Neo 2, making sure I heard correctly. Yeah, I have Neo 1 and 2. I don't have any of the DLC for either, but I have played the DLC for Neo 1, and let's just say I did not like what I saw. Like, I'm no stranger to a hard game, but I don't like unfair levels of difficulty. Like, Nameless King is a annoying, evil piece of shit, but he's not impossible or unfair in any way, shape, or form. Just a difficult fight. So someone who's not good at a game or not built for it would definitely have a lot of trouble with it. But God forbid I ever want to deal with any of the NPC fights in Neo ever again. That's actually one of the reasons why I've been hesitant to do specific missions, because I don't know how well this has gone, because I haven't gotten very far in Neo 2, because I'm still trying to memorize the old mechanics, and there's so many required new mechanics they've introduced in Neo 2 that I'm just like, how does don't play... I've played the Surge. I've played Surge.
I'm making rice, so I'm gonna be gone for a little while.
Okay. I've played the Surge and its sequel, the Surge 2. I don't talk about that one. Neo 2 is yes, it is very much so an improvement of the game. I actually really like playing Neo. It's a very fun game. It's just the difficulty spiking in some of the bosses is just fucking absurd. The Surge, on the other hand, is just hard. And it doesn't like to be easy. Like, fucking... Like, my, main file on the Surge. I've only killed the first 5 bosses, and I'm leveled far enough that I should be able to one-shot the final boss. Like, I am legitimately stupidly overleveled because I suck at dodging in that game, especially for some fucking reason. Like, I generally like to play a defensive character, So in the Surge, blocking doesn't work out the way I want it to, so I just kind of have to stay as fuck away from everything. And it doesn't quite work the way I wanted it to. Deck 13, devs for Surge have a bad habit of thinking, making things hit you 1 or 2 times, and it will kill you. Yeah, that is actually a very valid statement. It's also the only Souls-like that Candace cannot play. And I entirely understand that. The pacing of that game is just, ooh. Like, they had the right idea to make it hard, but I think they tried too hard. Like, I think the boss fights are actually kind of fun, just difficult to figure out. Like, Pax was being the first boss it's fair. They've done it in both Surge games and Lords of the Fallen. Yeah, I've played Lords of the Fallen as well. I actually own that one. I haven't beaten it yet, simply because, oh, really? Wow, I'm way farther than I thought I was. That's a shock. But yeah, I'm like stupidly over-leveled for where I'm supposed to be, and I still get my ass kicked by the basic enemies. Yeah, it was just a kind of a glitchy mess. Also, hammers are busted in that game. Unless it's a spider, in which case, hope to God you don't get hit. That's basically how it went for me. I haven't beaten it simply because I keep falling through the floor in one of the areas because it wasn't a well-made game. It's one of the reasons why I hate Skyrim with a passion is I've lost the Dawnbreaker a few too many times and could not get it back. Because there was like some kind of weird like soft lock inventory BS that would occur, so I couldn't like go back to the place where you get the Dawnbreaker, or where you do the fucking Dawnbreaker to get the actual sword. Also, I kind of have a bit of a vendetta against fucking Bethesda, but I'm not going to talk about that. I will say, though, that Lords of the Fallen was still a fun game, in my opinion. I enjoyed the story for the most part. Say, Rockbender, have you ever heard of a game called Darksiders? I need to brush my teeth. The gum's starting to bug me again. Heard of them, never played them. I would really recommend the Darksiders series. Those games are so much fun. Like, I need to procure a new copy of Darksiders 1. Probably get the Darksiders Collection disc, I think is what I'm going to do. That way I can probably stream a playthrough of those games, because, oh my god, were those games so good. Like, Darksiders 1 is literally Devil May Cry and Legend of Zelda had a kid together. In the best way possible. Every single one of the bosses is fun to fight. The gameplay is fun. Hell, it's also the progenitor of one of my favorite moves in video games. And that is the flip saw. Like, I fucking love that game to death. Like, I've beaten that game so many times, it's ridiculous. Then Darksiders 2 was actually kind of cool, where they took the elements of the first game and they made it more of an RPG, like Diablo-style RPG, which I honestly really enjoyed. It was a little gross at first, but the gameplay is actually perfectly has been left alone for the most part, and is actually very much so fun to play. And then, oh my god, everything they did with Darksiders 3 and then some. Soul-style gameplay, exploration, fucking amazing. Devil May Cry style action, awesome. Legend of Zelda style puzzles, yep. It's just great. I haven't played the fourth Darksiders, though, that they made. It's like, I think it was Darksiders Genesis. All I know is it's literally a Diablo clone, but you get to play as War and Strife in that one. And it's nice. And so I've been planning on getting it, but there were other games that were probably more important to get, so I haven't gotten around to it. Like purchasing an actual copy of Diablo 3 for the PlayStation 4. Because couch co-op is a dying art, and if there's a game that has a untold amount of hours to be had playing it, I'm gonna fucking take it. At some point I need to convince my wife to play it with me. But, ugh. Yeah, Diablo 3 is fun. I mean, I'm most familiar with, I can't remember if it was Diablo 1 or 2 I played. All I know is there was the cow level, and that was it. And it was like a big deal for that one in particular with the cows. But yeah, I've got Diablo 3 for my own console because I like being able to sit down with my friends and have everyone play the same game together. It does 3, yeah. There were rumors it was in Diablo 1, but never actually was. Okay. So, probably, yeah, Diablo 2 is the one I played. Alright. Oops. And Diablo 3, you have to do a rift and get lucky or make a certain item. Okay, neat. Yeah. Ah, damn it. Like, one of the other games I need to get, and this is probably kind of like I'm a little late to the ball for it, I bet. But I want to get, I think it was Resident Evil 7 or 8, I can't remember which. But it's the, nice. You've officially unlocked co-op, Rockbender. So, next stream, I'd be more than happy to hop into your world and murder some shit for you. Because the one problem Genshin has is they don't let people hop into a higher world level than you. You gotta be lower. Co-op was 16. 9. Oh! Okay. Neat. So I was wrong. I'm sorry. Damn it. Oh, on the bright side, guess what? Can't play because no room. Fair enough. But hey, Andy, guess what?
What up?
I've actually gotten down the opener to the campaign.
What?
So you guys will know that a little bit. I just can't tell you right now because I got to put it in the Discord chat for everyone to see. So drop from money for. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to her because she's the Ice Claymore. She's a 5-star too, I bet. I can smell it. God, if she's a fucking 5-star, I'm gonna be so goddamn pissed. There aren't enough 4 stars in the game. God damn it, MiHoYo. Also, give me my fucking vampire nun. And my small undead child. I want to go on glorious adventures for herbs and shit so I can make drugs. And I need this undead child to do so. Because I need a... I know, Chi-Chi's amazing. I want Chi-Chi because her voice lines are the best. Also, her storyline makes me laugh. Both of the small children make me laugh. Chi-Chi evaporates an Abyss Mage. Or no, not Chi-Chi. Klee evaporates an Abyss Mage with an explosive. Chi-Chi sends you on a wild goose chase for a coconut. That'll make sense later. It's hilarious. And here I was thinking you were going to shoot another character with a ballista. Also wish I got Ganyu during that banner. But no, I had to have Zhao. I mean, I'm not sad about getting Zhao, but I really couldn't care less. I really don't care that much for him. I want to play my waifus. I mean, it's a waifu collector, after all. But these are the woes of gacha games, I guess. Thou shall not get character that thouest wants. That does not work as well as I hoped it would. Oh. Right about there. Say, Rockbender, have you been enjoying the recent quest in Warframe, by chance? Yeah, the 30-minute quest, yeah, that was new. It had a really fucked up idea
Uh-huh.
for my character, saying how they're supposed to be a homunculus.
Yeah.
Imagine if they had teeth in their ear. Like they had like kind of like dog-like ears, but they kind of worked like a Venus flytrap. So on like the outer rim of the dog's ear, are just teeth, and the inside is just a mouth. And so if they wanted to, a tongue could, like a really long prehensile tongue, just comes out of their ear hole.
Jesus. I like it.
It's terrible. God, this is just. Nah. I gotta draw the tongues in on this one. I don't think. I think this is coming out pretty well so far.
Yeah, I like it.
It's getting kind of late soon, too. Actually, I've been streaming for 5 hours now. And I just realized what time it is. It is actually kind of late on my end, and I am aware that some people are trying to sleep. So I hope everyone's been enjoying themselves. I've got to have to call it a night tonight, so I hope everyone enjoyed. So, good night.